Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Saturday, March 2nd, 2024, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $, ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We're going to go over NFL 2024 free agent fits. There's a lot of names. It's going to be coming up here in just, it's just right around the corner. So we want to be able to go over some of the top names, and if we feel their best fit is going to be on their current team that they're on now, or if there's a couple other fits where maybe it makes logical sense if the money is right, or if they want to go to a Super Bowl contender that they might switch teams and try to get the bag, or get the bag and go to a team that is a little bit more Super Bowl caliber, or maybe take a little bit less money and find the right fit for them moving forward. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Daniel in the building, what's good? Sarah in the building, what's good? And let me get situated here. See if we got anything else on so I can flip something on. We'll turn on some music. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. And I got a few names, on hand that we can kind of go over. Shout out to all the people watching on Twitter/X. I appreciate you. And then once we go over a few names, if there's any other names that we want to go over, we definitely can. Combine through the roof. Gotten to see a lot of speed out there. And it'll be very interesting to see, what we end up getting in the draft. But as you can see with the thumb in the background, you got 3 guys out of the 4 that are going to be talked about pretty heavily. Starting off with Kirk Cousins, Chris Jones, and Mike Evans. So we can always start off here. Let me get a proper logo for the Vikings as well. Let's see if I can find one here. Where are you, Vikings? I know I got one. There we go. All right, so with Kirk Cousins, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, Russell Wilson of the Denver Broncos, they're not free agents yet, at least not yet, which leaves less competition for Kirk Cousins, of the Minnesota Vikings in the quarterback market. So it kind of feels, that they're going to be, looking, at like a Michael Penix Jr. type, or Bo Nix. But I feel, with Minnesota, as long as you're okay with the injury and the rehab, you saw how good Jay Jetta and Kirk was, with the Vikings together. And then obviously when Kirk went down, there was a big drop off, and we've had a few guys trying to come in there, and try to fill the role. But it kind of feels like to me, as long as they are both on the same page, and maybe Kirk has to take a little bit less money, based off the injury. But I feel that, Kirk, I can't really see him playing somewhere else. And I guess if you were going to go for a free agent like a Bo Nix or, someone in the draft, like a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix Jr., and there's a lot of uncertainty there because you don't really have a good offensive line and you have a lot of defensive problems and defensive holes. So for me, when I look at Kirk Cousins, I kind of feel that this is the most natural fit. Now, will he end up being on Minnesota next year in 2024 in the regular season? That has yet to be seen. But to me, I feel that Kirk's, this is a very natural fit for him. And, with Jay Jetta and the rest of the team, if you end up getting a Michael Penix Jr., a Bo Nix, a Jaden Daniels, a type like that, you're going to need good offensive line to be able to give those guys time to go through the reads and go through the playbook. And it's kind of surprising on how good Kirk has done with the Vikings with essentially no offensive line. And we've seen him put up big numbers, obviously with Jay Jetta, but now you got Jetta, you got Addison, you got Hawkinson. So I'm hoping, they can figure out after they got rid of Madison and they got rid of Dalvin Cook, you definitely need to end up getting a running back or 2 in the room. You need to end up getting a little bit more depth on that offensive line and the defense as well. Finley in the building, what's good? But I feel that, this is pretty common knowledge. I'm not really sure if there's, anyone that has another type of fit, and plus you got to think for all the other teams that are interested in a quarterback, would you rather have I don't want to say injury prone Kirk Cousins, because this is kind of like the first injury that's pretty significant that he's had in the last few years. So if you're looking at that, if you can get past the whole injury part, it would probably make the most sense, as long as you can figure out the money and the years, so that way that would probably give them the best chance to be able to move forward. And you don't want to have Kirk, for years and years and years and years, because obviously, I believe he's 35, or he's going to be around that, 35-year range. So how many more years does Kirk really have? Can Kirk play till he's 40? Probably not. So we're probably thinking that he's got 2 to 3 years left, and then that's probably it. So as long as it's only going to be for a 2 to 3 year deal, and then you have a choice after a year or two to either let him go or go into a different direction, I feel that might be the way to go. And then obviously with Cousins, and I know with KJ Osborne, who also coincidentally is a free agent, they're unsure. They don't really know what direction, but the bottom line is if you don't fix that offensive line and get some better offensive linemen there and better D-line and defense overall, you're never going to be able to compete with the Packers and Lions in the near future. You're kind of sitting right there with the Chicago Bears, and you may have more talent than the Bears right now, at least at some of the skill positions. But if you're looking at overall on the team, how much better really is the Minnesota Vikings than the Chicago Bears, depending on what the Bears do in this draft? If they end up trading Justin Fields, drafting Caleb Williams, if they go a different direction and go for offensive line, if they go Marv, we don't really know. But at this point, Minnesota has got a long way to go. Now, Cousins has been linked to multiple potential suitors, right? But again, 35 years old, right? They can't tag Cousins because the current deal doesn't void until after the tag deadline passes. Cousins camp is savvy. They know what they're doing. But again, there's a lot of speculation, right, on what's going to happen. But the Vikings were a 13-win NFC North champion as recently as 2 years ago, with really no offensive line. So, of course, Achilles are really hard to come back from, you know what I mean? But maybe a 2-year deal, not a 3-year deal, but maybe a 2-year deal with Minnesota would be good for both parties, unless they are 100% sold, on like a Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr., and they feel that that's the guy to lead them moving forward. But, projected contract, is going to be around 2 years to about, I would say, 70 to 80 million, which is kind of crazy for a guy like Kirk Cousins, and it could be something like 35 to 40 million guaranteed. Not the full, amount guaranteed, but maybe you're going to get a guaranteed amount maybe for like 1 year, equivalent to 1 year guaranteed. So 2 years, 70 to 80 million, 35 to 40 million guaranteed. I think that would probably be good, for both parties. But again, I can't really envision in my brain of him playing anywhere else. And of course, there are going to be some rumors, Atlanta. But again, we've been hearing more on the Atlanta side with Justin Fields. And obviously, if we're talking about the South, there is going to be more brothers and sisters in the South. And I'm not saying that the NFC South teams have to have a brother quarterback, but of course, in the South, they're going to definitely give the white quarterbacks and the black quarterbacks a fair chance. And if they think a brother quarterback is good enough to lead the squad, they're probably going to get a better chance to start in Tampa, in Carolina, in New Orleans, and Atlanta than a lot of other spots in the NFL. And I'm not saying that some spots are only going to have a Caucasian quarterback, but if you look at the team history from a lot of the teams out there, whether we want to admit it or not, we can definitely tell that some of the NFL owners are racist. I mean, it's bottom line. Whether they want to publicly admit it or not, and it's a bad look, for the person and the team, but there definitely is a little bit of favoritism, sexism, and racism in the NFL, and it's not so much in the coaches and the coordinators, which I imagine that does exist, and they try to keep it hush-hush, but as far as owners, right? As far as owners are concerned, there are definitely some owners that are in the league, whether they want to admit it or not, that would say, you know what, we want to have a Caucasian quarterback, or no, we want to have a brother quarterback, or we're going to hire a brother head coach, or we're going to hire a white head coach, and sometimes they already have their mind made up right before the process and the Rooney Rule has gone into effect. Whether that's a touchy subject or not, it's something that needs to be talked about, because to act like everyone is on the same level, it's not, and I want to make sure that coaches, OCs, DCs, O-lineman coach, D-lineman coach, overall coaches in general, GMs, we need to be able to make sure that it's as fair as possible. But as we know, living here on planet Earth, there's definitely a lot of favoritism, and I want to be able to see more women get jobs. I want to be able to see more brothers and sisters and Latinos and Latinas and the Asians get at least some opportunities, because it just feels like they kind of have certain people set in stone, right, on where they can go. But I'm not sure, if Kirk Cousins, for me, I would say there's a 0% chance of him going to Atlanta. And I'm not saying the Atlanta fans, aren't willing to have a Caucasian or white quarterback. They normally do. Sometimes they'll end up going from a Michael Vick, and, you end up having, someone like a Heineke from Meineke. But I just can't see in any scenario in my brain, Kirk Cousins, going to Atlanta. It doesn't seem like it would be a fit in any means. And, with Justin Fields, I feel they would connect, that fan base would connect with them being a brother, there in the South. But just because you bring in a guy that is a fan favorite that you think that can vibe with the community and vibe with the fan base overall, do you really think Justin Fields can win a championship in Chicago or Atlanta? And I think most people would say no, but there is still some untapped potential that's there. We don't really know how good Fields is going to be. You know what I mean? Even if you brought Justin Fields on the Niners, is he good enough to win a Super Bowl? Probably not, because I think most people would say Brock Purdy has played better than Justin Fields. But sometimes you got to be able to face an organizational fit, a team fit, a culture fit, and then the organization has to be able to buy in. And I wish it wasn't so black and white and there's a gray area there, but let's be honest, there's some organizations, at the top that aren't going to hire certain people, whether they want to say, oh, we're fair, we're giving everyone a fair shot. But we know that's definitely not true, because a lot of times with that Rooney Rule and a lot of the coaches and a lot of the opportunities, they already have set in stone who they're going to hire. They just have to go through the process and do these fake interviews, even though they already have the guy in their brain that they're going to hire. So for me, I can't see him going to Atlanta at all. The only really logical spot I can see is Minnesota. But if Minnesota passes, then it's going to get really interesting moving forward. Finley in the building. What's good? Yeah. What do you think about Fields to Atlanta though? There's all going to be kind of rumors out there and whatnot. But what do you think about Justin Fields? You think personally he's good enough to win a Super Bowl somewhere or anywhere, or he's just going to put butts in the seats? Because for me, we need to be able to first see him with a true number one receiver. And then people will be like, hey, what about DJ Moore? And DJ Moore, at times, played maybe like a top 10 receiver, but I don't think anyone says that DJ Moore is a top 10 receiver every single year. Sometimes he might be number 8, number 9. Other years, maybe he ends up being, maybe 10th, 15th, 20th. Let me see if I can get a Bear logo up here as well. And then we'll go through some of the other players as well. But it would just be nice, to be able to have organizations, kind of go through this process fairly. But as you know, and I know, the sexism and the racism, the shit isn't going to end. It's sad, but we wish that it would. But reality is, it ain't going to end anytime soon. But we will see. If Justin Fields, if they do decide to move on. And honestly, if you go for Caleb, in the draft, right? If you end up going for Caleb, in the draft, that doesn't, you're essentially getting a similar type of player with Fields, except maybe a guy that is a little bit better in the pocket and possibly might be able to get, more yardage downfield with that athleticism. But we don't really know because, again, when Caleb ended up playing really good teams with really good defense, his completion percentage and his touchdown to interception ratio went down tremendously. And that's not what you want to see, when you're thinking about drafting a guy number 1 overall. Because honestly, you got quarterback questions, you got offensive line questions, you got running back room questions because David Montgomery is not there anymore and they haven't been the same. You got DJ Moore and Cole Kmet, but those two guys aren't good enough to single-handedly bring you dubs every week. Offensive line is trash. Defense is a shell of what it used to be. You don't have Khalil Mack. You don't have Roquan Smith. So it kind of, makes you wonder, even if the Bears, ended up doubling up and finding a way to get like Caleb and Maserati Marv, even though we know that's probably not going to happen because, most likely the Cardinals or some team around 4 or 5 or 6 is going to draft Maserati Marv, right? And Marv is probably the most guaranteed, like for sure lock player in the draft. Not just wide receiver, but probably overall, Marvin Harrison Jr. or maybe like Jackson Powers. There's going to be a couple guys that are going to like for sure pan out, and then there's a lot of guys that we're kind of wondering question-wise on, what's going to happen with them. So. And again, there's going to be a lot of rumors. And of course, with the ATL, they got a lot of brothers and sisters. And I feel that if you ended up bringing in someone like Fields over a Kirk Cousins, they would like that. I think a majority of the fan base, white, Mexican, Asian, black, if you brought in Cousins, I think a lot of the Falcons fans would be pissed because they're like, oh, he's just coming off an injury. He only has a year or two. Why aren't we going for someone in the draft? Why are we going for this old head, regardless if Cousins was white or black, right? But then if you end up going for a guy like Fields, he's young. He kind of gives you Vic vibes, but again, he doesn't have all the skill sets, to take Atlanta from being worst to first, even though the NFC South is a fucking dumpster fire. We know that the NFC South sucks. We're the worst division in football, right? So I think that as far as it would be able to put butts in the seats, right? And and then look at, you got, Kyle Pitts, you got Drake London, you got Bijan. So you have better weapons around them. And the Falcons actually do have 2 PFF top 90 offensive linemen. So they got 2 solid offensive linemen out of the 5, which would help Fields as well. And, regardless if you have Cordarrelle Patterson or Algier, you still need to beef up that defense, right? And get a better coach and a better play caller. But would Justin Fields have more success in Atlanta than he did in Chicago? Yes, I think he would. Yeah, and I think he would look good in the Atlanta uniform. Like, look at him. Look at his frame and look at the color, of the jersey. Like, I can imagine him in a Falcon jersey and it would be fire. Like, I can imagine him wearing the red helmet throwback, him trying to get the swagger up, with the rest of the teammates. And again, playing with Kyle Pitts and Drake London and Bijan, maybe they can all work together, and all try to be able to become names, because at this point, Kyle Pitts is a top 10 pick, not getting the ball. Drake London hasn't lived up to the draft pick status on when Atlanta drafted him. Bijan could have been rookie of the year, right? Could have been one of those stud running backs, but didn't get the ball. So something needs to change. But we will see. Maybe a change of scenery would be good. But again, if you decide to get rid of him, you better make sure you hit on the pick. So like, let's say you end up drafting Caleb, and then with the pick that you ended up trading for Justin Fields, you accumulated, I don't know what you would be able to get, first rounder, a couple second rounders, maybe something in the future draft in 2025. But if you were able to get another first rounder, a couple second rounders, why not try to go, for like a Jackson Powers, or, try to beef up the line even more, obviously there, because you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do, because that Chicago Bear O-line, they're not going to be able to just get it done with Caleb Williams and how their team sits right now. And even if they got Caleb and even if they got Marv, that's still not going to turn it around. You're still going to be in last place in the NFC North. I don't, that those two guys are good in college, but if you don't have an offensive line and you have a shitty defense and you have a shitty owner, GM, head coach, OC, DC, can we honestly say that we think that the Bears anytime in the near future is going to be any close to what the Lions and the Packers are right now? Probably not. Now you're pretty close to the Vikings, but again, the Vikings won, 13 games just a couple years ago and were NFC North champions, but it shows you a lot can change in a matter of a year or two. Yeah, and plus, I mean, we're a bad division, so we have to come to the realization that Carolina's bad, Atlanta's bad, the Saints are bad, and Tampa is bad. But at the end of the day, someone's going to have to try to get to 9 and 10 wins. So in reality, you may not want them to get better because the Panthers at this point are like the worst team in football, like the Jags were. But that doesn't mean they have to be the worst team forever. You just got to get the right people as far as the ownership, which is probably not the right owner. You got to get the right GM, the right head coach, the right OC, the right DC. Then the players, it'll fall into line. But if you're trying to be able to get the players first before, the GM and the owner and the coaches, then you're going to be in a situation where you're kind of currently at right now with the Panthers as well as the Chicago Bears. I'm not sure if there's really a lot of teams that, are interested in Baker, because a lot of the teams that supposedly have interest in Baker, are going to be looking for a quarterback in the draft. So why would you want to pay a guy, $30-40 million a year, right, when you can end up getting a guy on a rookie deal? So, you have to think of it like that. They might like what Baker did for the Buccaneers, but if you don't have a similar type of skill set, as Mike Evans, Godwin, if you don't have something like that, then, you're not going to be able to have the same type of, results. And even with that being said, Baker had a great year, but I don't really think there's going to be a lot of teams that really want him. Honestly, I think even though he proved himself last year like Russell Wilson, I think he's got more demand than Russell Wilson because he seems like he's more of a better teammate. He's more real. He's not fugazi. I feel that, people like Baker. Baker turned his narrative around where he is more likable than what he was in years past. But again, with Baker Mayfield, do the Bucs want to be able to, keep him on the roster for a couple years? Or are we going to be able to move on, and try to get like a Michael Penix Jr. or a Bo Nix? And as much as I want, Michael Penix Jr. or a Bo Nix, right, Baker coming back to Tampa makes the most sense because if you don't have Baker at quarterback and you don't franchise tag Antoine Winfield Jr., I still think Mike Evans, and we'll go into Mike Evans here in a second, and we'll go into Saquon Barkley next. But I really feel, that with Baker, if you want to bring Mike Evans back, you have to bring Baker back. If you don't bring Baker back, Mike Evans is gone. Mike Evans will go to Kansas City, go to Houston. He'll explore, and he'll go somewhere else, whether it's a little bit more money, a lot more money. So, the bottom line, Antoine Winfield Jr. is one of the best safeties in the league. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. Write it down, take a note, stamp it. It's what's going to happen, okay? But as far as Baker, I know Mike Evans still wants to, try to be able to win a Super Bowl or, try to be in the mix. And obviously the Bucs, I feel, are the best fit. But, based on if they bring Baker back and Antoine Winfield Jr., based on maybe just wanting to retire a Buccaneer, which I think is important to him as far as legacy. But of course, any team that adds a Mike Evans to the roster, right? Any team that adds a Mike Evans, let me go bring up the Mike Evans since we're just, continuously talking about him here. What do you think can happen if you bring in a Mike Evans? If you bring in a Mike Evans, right, and you bring him in to like the Kansas City Chiefs, that solves every problem that they have moving forward. And there's a pretty good chance that if Mike Evans goes there for 3 years, they'll probably go to like 1 or 2 Super Bowls, maybe win one, lose one. But Mike would have a great chance, to put up some huge numbers with Patrick Mahomes. Now, I know the rest of the league doesn't want to see that because the Chiefs are winning without Tyreek. They're winning without Eric Bieniemy, right? And then, we've seen them win in many, many different styles and shapes, right? And they've proven over and over that, we can have the explosive offense, Mahomes, Kelsey, Tyreek, and we got Andy Reid and Bieniemy. You're not going to win. We're going to win the championship. They did. Then Tyreek leaves. Oh, you guys aren't going to win. They did, right? Bieniemy goes. Juju goes. You can't win. They did. So, and obviously this was the worst offensive team that we've seen with the Kansas City Chiefs, right? But it didn't matter. The defense went from being top 15 to top 2. The offense went being from top 2 to top 15. So they kind of flip-flop. But, and, you know, if you end up going to the Kansas City Chiefs, I mean, it might be game over, you know, for a lot of the other teams. And the only thing you can pray for is if injuries happen, you know, to Mahomes, Kelsey, or Evans, or some kind of significant issue like Chris Jones, you know, either being there, not being there, or getting injured. Now, if he ends up going to a team like, let's say, Houston, then CJ Stroud not only has Nico, but then you have Mike Evans. And then that would solidify Houston as being the top dog, you know, in the AFC South with the Jags and the Colts. So if you're a Jags fan and a Colts fan, you know, and you're a Titans fan, you don't want to see Mike Evans in the AFC South. But if he ends up going there, you know, CJ Stroud, he already is a superstar, but then he'll go from being a top 10 quarterback all the way up to possibly a top 5, top 3, top 4 quarterback. Because you can just imagine, you know, in his rookie year, he already played like a 7 or 8 year vet, right? You bring in Mike Evans with Nico on the other side and all those other pieces that they have. It'll be the difference between maybe the Texans winning 9 or 10 games to possibly 11 to 13. And instead of just going to the wild card game, maybe winning a couple playoff games if Mike Evans joins CJ Stroud, and then you might be able to make an AFC championship game within the first 3 to 4 years if Evans were to go there, even though we know Evans, you know, career is, you know, he's getting old. You know, I don't know how many, you know, necessary years that he's got left as far as being elite. But for my case and my hopes, I hope Mike comes back because I don't have too many players that have started a buck and ended a buck. You know, so if you're like Rondé Barber and you're, you know, Mike Allstott and you're Derek Brooks, that means a hell of a lot to me. You know, and I want Lavonte David and Mike Evans to follow that path. But there is no guarantee that he will sign, but we will find out. But I'm hoping that's what they end up doing. Yeah. And, well, again, I think a lot of that, you know, with Caleb, and we'll throw up a Caleb photo here, because I am a fan. You know, I'm a fan of all these, you know, players, and you know, just because he paints his nails, you know, and you know, like, am I just going to be able to be just a hater, you know, based off he wants to paint his nails and he wants to dress or, you know, do this or that or show emotion on the sideline when they ended up losing? You know, I don't got no problem, you know, with that. My number one concern, you know, with this player, you know, and if he ends up going number one, what happens if you end up getting an identical player to Justin Fields, where he ends up making some plays with his, you know, legs, and he makes some plays with his arm, but he's really a turnover machine, and the offensive line is bad. You know, the running backs and wide receivers and tight ends really aren't a full unit. Yeah, you got Cole Kmet. Yeah, you know, you got DJ Moore, but you need a hell of a lot more than that. So, I mean, I feel that most years, you know, when you have like an Andrew Luck or a Peyton Manning, it's a consensus where everyone believes the guy is going to be a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, and possibly a Hall of Famer. In this particular draft, it kind of reminds me of like the Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston, and a few of these other drafts that we've had, where you have this guy, you know, that might be, you know, touted as being the next big thing, right? But on the flip side, we've heard a lot of concerns. And normally when you're supposed to be the number one pick, there is no concerns. You can run, you can throw, you got a great completion percentage, you can make all the NFL throws, you know, you can do the slant, the, you know, the out and up, you can do the post, you can do the in, you can do the out, you can do the crossing routes, you can do it all, you know, the stop and goes, right? So I don't think we really have concerns with Caleb with his legs and extending plays. We know he can do that. But the thing that really concerns not only me and everyone else is completion percentage and touchdown to interception ratio, and what your percentage is going to look like when you actually play a team that has a good defense. When you got pressure, you know, you showed that your game went down considerably. And we know USC didn't have a defense, and if they had a defense, maybe the stats would have been a little bit better, for him. I know they would have been, right? But again, you don't want to see your completion percentage, being like 90, to 95 or high 80s or 90s, and you're getting 50 touchdowns and 5 picks against shitty teams, and then all of a sudden you end up playing, good teams with good defenses like, even like the Huskies or the Ducks, something like that, and then all of a sudden you go from 80, 90 completion percentage down to like 69, 70, and you're going from like 8 touchdowns and 8 picks. That's not a good look when you're supposed to be, the next Patrick Mahomes, or you're supposed to be the next, big thing in football. I don't think I've ever seen a number 1 pick that panned out that had such a drop off. So, so for you to be able to hide those concerns, you better hope that the number 1 pick has a great offensive line, and the Chicago Bears don't. So it makes me kind of wonder, if you had 3 all-pro linemen, on the Bears, you could probably get away with Caleb getting drafted there, because that at some point or another, that offensive line will give you time, to go through your progressions. You'll go through your first look, your second look, your third look, and then if you have a good running game, they'll be able to, help you out with that. But I don't know, man. Like I said, there's a lot of hype, just like there is every year with these quarterbacks. But out of like the first 6, with Caleb, Drake May, Peyton Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Bo Nix, don't be surprised if only 1 pans out. And then you're going to have maybe 2 or 3 busts, and then you might have 2 that take a couple years to figure it out. You know what I mean? And then you're going to have a couple that are just going to be average. They're just going to be, average to above average quarterbacks, but they're not going to necessarily be the franchise quarterback for the next 10 years and beyond. So, there's a lot of hype, and we don't really know who it's going to be. You got Caleb, you got Jaden Daniels, you got Drake May. But the thing is for those first 3 quarterbacks, lots of question marks. J.J. McCarthy, there's notepads full of question marks with him. To me, he's the worst. And then Michael Penix Jr. and Bo Nix, even though they might be slated to be drafted 5th and 6th, I think that those 2 have the best chance of actually panning out, because they're going to be going to teams that are better. Now, if the coaching is proper and they got the best supporting cast, can Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. still fail? Yes, right? But if Bo Nix ends up going to Denver, I think he has a better chance of succeeding there than any other team in the NFL. If he goes there with that supporting cast and with that head coach, right? And then with Michael Penix Jr., I feel that the only thing that's going to hold him back is just himself and injuries. As long as he doesn't have a significant ACL, MCL, PCL, season-ending injury like he did for about 4 years in a row. Last couple years at the Huskies, he was good. He was clean. He didn't have any injuries. I think Michael Penix Jr., honestly, besides just me being my favorite quarterback, in the last couple years, I'm pretty selective. It has to be someone special that I really like. And with Michael Vick and Johnny Football, I knew they weren't going to be the greatest, NFL quarterbacks. But with Michael Penix Jr., he's got a chance to be like the NFC's Tua and possibly a little bit better. Will he be as good as Steve Young or like Boomer Esiason? I don't know. But what I do know is I think that he can be as good as Tua, maybe a little bit better, maybe good as Michael Vick, maybe a little bit better. And if he ends up not getting to the point of Steve Young, maybe just slightly behind, but really good. I think that, depending on what team he goes to and his career, if he can stay injury-free, I don't know if any of these quarterbacks are going to be Hall of Fame, let alone All-Pro or Pro Bowl. But I feel that, getting drafted at the top to the Bears or the Patriots, or the Giants, and you're going, to some of these teams, I'm not sure if that's going to be the best look. If you end up going to a team like, Minnesota, Tampa, Denver, it might end up suiting some of these players a little bit better. So, and again, you get drafted at the top, you're going to have struggles, just like Trevor Lawrence did. Because remember, Trevor Lawrence didn't lose games for years. Pop Warner undefeated, high school undefeated, college barely lost a game, and then went to the NFL and then wasn't very good. But wasn't very good because of Trevor Lawrence, or wasn't very good because he didn't have the right head coach with Urban Meyer, didn't have the right OC, didn't have the right offensive line, didn't have the right weapons at running back and wide receiver, didn't have the right weapons on defense. Then you bring in Dougie P, and it kind of revitalized his career. But for a minute, that draft with Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson and Justin Fields and Trey Lance and Mac Jones, at one point it looked like, wow, we're going to have a lot of franchise quarterbacks. And then after some time passed, it looked like all of them were going to fail, right? And then now, after a few years have passed, the only good quarterback out of that draft is Trevor Lawrence. And even Trevor Lawrence isn't considered top 10 to a lot of people. A lot of people, he's considered 11 to 15. Sometimes he plays like a top 10, but sometimes he doesn't. So he's kind of like in that Kirk Cousins boat where he's good and he's bad, right? And then all the other quarterbacks are ass. Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, we don't know. Mac Jones is terrible. And then the only other one that we think that has potential of being a top 16 quarterback is Justin Fields. But it's not going to be with the Bears. It might have to be with the second team, like maybe the Atlanta Falcons. So, all right, let me scroll down here and we'll get into the next player. Yeah, but again, quote-unquote experts that don't watch the Pac-12, quote-unquote experts that only watch, Instagram or YouTube highlights. A lot of these people that are making the evaluations, they're not watching Pac-12 games, and they're just hating on the Pac-12 players. But again, I see some really good positive stuff from Drake May, Caleb, and Jaden Daniels, but I also have big concerns with those guys as well. So I could definitely see, this draft only, having one or two guys that pan out, one or two guys that fail, and then one or two guys that are going to have to wait a couple years, and they'll show flashes like Justin Fields, but maybe Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. or Jaden Daniels, they might have to wait, or a Drake May, if they get drafted by the Patriots, you might have to wait until they let you go, and then Drake May goes to his second team, and then whatever team he goes to then maybe he pans out. But again, if you don't have good coaching and good supporting cast, a lot of these quarterbacks that are going to be projected to be drafted at the top, Caleb, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, I don't know if I have a whole lot of confidence in a lot of those guys. But again, the better mentors you have and the better supporting cast you have, the better player you're going to be. Regardless if Caleb likes to paint his nails or not, that's not ultimately going to define him as a player. Him crying to his mom when they ended up losing, tough games, that's not going to necessarily define him as being a mama's boy or being a crybaby. I think he's got a lot of the skills, to be good, but to say that he's the next Mahomes is way premature, because the closest thing that we have to Patrick Mahomes right now is Joe Burrow. Okay, and I don't know if we have anybody else that's on that Mahomes level. We saw flashes out of Jalen Hurts, but as soon as we saw flashes of Jalen Hurts being a top 2 quarterback, then we saw a lot of mistakes and we saw a lot of problems with that organization. So we still think Jalen is a top 5 quarterback, but he might not be the number 2 quarterback. Number 2 quarterback is going to go up and down every year. One year it's going to be Josh Allen. The next year it's going to be Joe Burrow. The next year it's going to be Jalen Hurts. Maybe it'll be Justin Herbert. And then obviously it might be a rookie quarterback that ends up, getting into the mix in the fold of things. But Mahomes is in a stratosphere and in a category all by himself. It's Mahomes and then everybody else. That's just the reality. But to me, if I had to pick a quarterback, that was the second best quarterback, a guy that doesn't turn the football over, that's got great leadership, and that's going to do everything that he can in his power to get the job done. To me, sometimes Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Herbert, Lamar, sometimes the numbers may be higher, they may be lower. But to me, as far as consistency, give me Joe Burrow as being the number 2 quarterback in the NFL behind Patrick Mahomes. But again, it will go up and down from year in and year out. Yep, exactly. I've been watching a lot of Johnny Football too, and a lot of people don't recognize Johnny Football signed with Oregon when we had Marcus Mariota. But then when Marcus Mariota, came, to Eugene and they were going through practices and whatnot, Johnny knew, not being committed to the game, and being partying and whatnot, it kind of makes you wonder, if Johnny were to stay at Oregon, would he have ended up being the player and the person that he ended up being? If we were, had the right coaches and the right people around him, could we have saved Johnny Football? We don't know. You know what I mean? But one thing that we both know, me and Johnny, that he wasn't going to make it over Marcus Mariota, and that's why he ended up transferring out. But again, if you don't really care about football, like a lot of these guys do, where you live, you eat, sleep, breathe football. Johnny Football wasn't. They nicknamed him Johnny Football. He was just a college kid that loved to party and loved girls. And it just so happened that he ended up being an amazing athlete. And people don't remember, they had like 3 pro offensive linemen, on that squad. So if you go back and look at the squad that Johnny had, besides Mike Evans, they were very deep. They had 3 NFL offensive linemen. You had Mike Evans. He actually had a pretty good squad, back then, with Johnny going into Bama and obviously making a name for himself. But, and obviously Johnny in the news now saying that he doesn't want to, partake in the Heisman festivities until they give Reggie Bush his Heisman back, especially with all this NIL stuff that's going on and whatnot. So shout out to my guy, Johnny Football. I know some people don't like him, because he ended up being kind of a fuck up in the NFL, but you have to realize he never wanted the NFL. He never, of course he wanted the money that was associated with the NFL, but he never loved football. So to act like, the guy loved football and he ruined his career, it's ridiculous. He's one of those rare guys that was more of a party guy that just ended up being a really good athlete and, ended up winning, right? And had a lot of bad people, in his ear, and obviously had a lot of addiction with drinking and pills and other things that he was doing, right? So, I mean, can you really, hate on a guy that wasn't even fully, committed to the game? Not everyone is going to be a Tom Brady. Not everyone's going to be a Joe Montana. Not everyone's going to be a Peyton Manning out there. So I feel, a lot of those people that were talking shit, need to look in the mirror, because a lot of us have gone through addiction, gone through depression, anxiety, and gone through a lot of bad shit. You know what I mean? And of course, once you end up getting into that rut, it's really hard to get out. Effects. But we will see if Fields ends up going, there. It would make sense. But the thing is like, do you really think you're going to be able to win a Super Bowl with him? So again, if you don't care and you just want to be able to get butts in the seats and someone better than Ritter and Heineke for Meineke, go right ahead, right? Sarah with $1, making sure that we don't hit a 0. I appreciate that. 99 to go. Let me know what you want to do for photos, and I got you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, with a little cactus stack, bang, bang. Appreciate you. Yeah, he's special. Vic did have the cannon, and like I said, I loved his running ability. And like I said, it takes a certain type of player for me to be in awe, where it ends up being must-see TV. The first guy that did it for me was Michael Vick at Virginia Tech. The second guy, it was Johnny Football to go into Bama when no one was able to go into Bama and win, and he did it. But again, he got all the love and all the praise. Not a lot of people even remember that Mike Evans was on that team. And the reason Johnny was doing so well, a lot of it was Mike Evans coming in the clutch for him. And, in the draft, people are thinking maybe Johnny Football made Mike Evans. But as years have gone along, we start to realize that it was the opposite. Mike Evans, first ballot Hall of Famer, made Johnny Football. But Johnny was amazing, obviously, with his legs, and that was nothing to do with Mike. Johnny's legs and Mike Evans are two separate things. PBC in the building. Fields to Pittsburgh. I guess if you're going Fields to Pittsburgh or Fields to Atlanta, both places, would be better than Chicago. And Fields instead of Russell Wilson, because that's kind of the rumor right now, Russell Wilson or Justin Fields to Pittsburgh, since you ended up drafting Kenny Pickett. I'm not sure if that's going to solve their problems either, at this case. Do you try to go for another guy in the draft and miss again, like you did with, with Ritter, with, Atlanta, and then obviously Pittsburgh, with their situation too, with Kenny Pickett. Got me all choked up. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the right answer for that organization either. But if I had to go Fields to Pittsburgh or Russell Wilson to Pittsburgh, I think Russell Wilson's numbers would be better, but Fields would be more popular. And I feel that they both would make mistakes, but I think that Fields on Pittsburgh, the fan base would give him more time and be more patient. If Russell Wilson goes to Pittsburgh and starts fucking up, then the Boo Birds would come out very, very quick. So, Matt in the building, what's good? Yeah, Troy ran fast. Worthy ran fast. All right, let's go to another player. Where do we want to go to? Should we go Saquon Barkley? We can go there. That's another kind of a bigger name. And I got quite a few that we can kind of go through. But it all depends on who we have and where we're at with people and support. And then we'll decide on how long that we decide to stream. We've had 3 very challenging streams, the last 3. And I'm hoping this one doesn't make number 4. Come up. I'm going to get a nice fire Saquon. All right, Saquon Barkley. This is a guy right here, Saquon Barkley. When he's healthy, he can be a top 5 running back in the league. He can end up being top 5 in yards, top 5 in touchdowns, top 5 in a lot of statistical categories. But the problem is with Saquon Barkley, for every 1 year he's healthy, he's got 2 or 3 years where he gets banged up, where he doesn't even, finish the season. So it's like if you pick him in fantasy, you can't pick him every year. A couple years ago, I took a chance when I had Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs, and I said, fuck it, let's go for Saquon, and we'll just throw him at the flex or the RB2, and then hopefully if all 3 guys stay healthy, I might not have to change my fantasy lineup that much. And just so happens a couple years ago, those were 3 of the top 4 running backs in that particular year. But you're not going to have it every single year. And then you go to the following year, Josh Jacobs, drop-off year. Saquon got hurt. Nick Chubb out for the year. So, some guys are a little bit more injury prone than others. And there's other names that are going to be available, like Derrick Henry. But with Saquon Barkley, you're not going to be on the Giants, right? So you got to think, who else is available? Derrick Henry, Tony Pollard, Austin Eckler, just to name a couple, right? Saquon turned 27, right? He might have the most left in the tank if he can stay healthy. So he hasn't hit 29 or 30 just yet. So it might be his last opportunity, right? This might be the last opportunity for Saquon to get the bag, right? To be able to get the money. And then once he hits above 30 years old, 31, he ain't going to get this bag anymore, right? So where is he going to end up getting the bag? It definitely isn't going to be New York. So you got to think, where would be places that could be fits? The Houston Texans could be a fit, right? The Los Angeles Chargers with Harbaugh and Herbert, if they decide to move on from Eckler, that could be a fit. So, there's a couple places that you could think that could be a good fit, with Saquon Barkley, depending on, who's going to need a running back and where they're going to go. And the Giants, right? They aren't inclined to apply the franchise tag to Barkley for a second straight year. And more than likely, he's going to end up being on a new team. Now, the problem for Barkley is the running back position has become devalued. So people don't want to pay money, and they would rather just get a cheaper free agent or a rookie rather than get a big name star. Because a lot of times these owners and GMs feel if they get a big name star and pay the money, you might not get the effort, and you might end up getting a guy that might be a little bit more injury prone than you'd like to admit. So I feel with Saquon, a contender that maybe needs one or two paces away from a deep playoff run. A team with cap space and a team that struggled running the ball in 2023. So if you look at, teams that maybe had a little bit of an issue with it, the Chargers, they're injury prone, but I could definitely see Saquon playing, with Herbert and Harbaugh, but, maybe a better fit other than the Chargers, just right off the top, maybe it would be the Houston Texans. Now, Singletary, wasn't too bad. Dameon Pierce was the starter and then got benched, but both of those guys are RB2s. So if you end up keeping Singletary or Pierce, and they end up being RB2s or RB3s, or if they end up moving on to a different squad, we'll have to wait and see. But Saquon Barkley playing with CJ Stroud and playing with Nico would be just as good of a fit than playing with Harbaugh, Herbert, and then Keenan Allen. Again, we will have to wait and see. But again, if you had a choice between going to the Chargers or the Texans, I probably would go to Houston and CJ. Yeah, it's a kind of a new thing, but it seems like Houston will have a better chance of making the playoffs every year. And this will be the first year in about a 5-year stretch of CJ Stroud's beginning career where they should be able to make the playoffs almost every single year. And if you end up having a stronger running game and Saquon can end up, staying healthy, you just need a couple more pieces away from the deep playoff run. They made the playoffs in CJ's rookie year, but what is it going to take for them to win 2 games rather than 1? Right? So, you're a couple pieces away. That's obviously, we know, with the Houston Texans, right? Do you have cap space? Yes, you do. And do they struggle running the football? A little bit. So maybe the Houston Texans could end up being the best spot overall for this particular player. If you guys got anybody else that you can think of. And the Texans, to me, they check off all 3 of those boxes. They're a couple pieces away from winning 2 playoff games or more, right? They have cap space, and, they did struggle running the ball. They need someone better, than Dameon Pierce and Singletary. Now, I thought Singletary did a pretty good job overall, but he's still, to me, an RB2. So if you can have Singletary and Saquon, that's a great 1-2 punch. It might not be David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, but if Saquon can stay healthy, that could be the difference between the Texans going to the playoffs and winning 1 game, or maybe the Texans going to the playoffs and winning 2 games, or, making it to the AFC Championship game within the next 5 years. So with a lot of the key players on rookie deals, the Texans have $52 million in cap space, right? And they were 23rd in the league in rushing. So at some point, they had games where they looked like maybe a top 15 running team, but for a majority of the year, they were sitting around 20, 22, 23, 25. So they definitely need to improve. As you guys know, we have 32 teams in the league. So if you're ranked 23rd in rushing, not very good. And the state of Texas, another thing, right? No income tax. So that means you're going to get more money that you're going to keep. Another reason why, going to Houston rather than LA would make sense. And you could end up giving him something like 3 years, 30 to 35 million, and then, maybe 15 to 17 guaranteed. You're not going to give him the full guarantee because he gets injured a lot, but 3 years until he turns 30 to 35 million, 15 to 17 million guaranteed. That's kind of what I'm thinking. You guys let me know what you think. Megan in the building, what's good? All right, and then this might be one of the biggest names overall, but most of the names, as you can see, people are talking about Kirk Cousins, they're talking about Saquon, and they're talking about Mike Evans. Those are really the big names. And of course, me being a Buck fan, I want him back. But again, him going to Kansas City, does that make sense? Of course. Him going to Houston, does that make sense? Of course, if you want to play with CJ Stroud. But one thing that you have in common, you go here, you're playing with Baker, and you already played with Tom Brady. You've already won a Super Bowl. You're already first ballot Hall of Fame, but you have a chance to play with arguably the best quarterback, arguably in this generation that's playing right now, of all time. Not Tom Brady, not Peyton Manning, but for quarterbacks that are playing right now, at the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes is going to be the best one, right? And, if you can play with Patrick Mahomes, I mean, hell, they're winning Super Bowls, when they have a top 15 offense. They're winning Super Bowls when they have a top 5 offense. They're winning Super Bowls when they have a top 15 defense. They're winning Super Bowls when they have a top 5 defense. So, if you're willing to leave Tampa, this would be the number one most logical spot. And then probably number 2 would be here to play with CJ Stroud. But if you go here and play with CJ Stroud, you have to realize you're probably going to have a similar outcome to what you're getting with Tampa. You're probably going to make the playoffs, and you could probably go further with Houston than you could with Tampa. I'll give him that. But I mean, is it a guarantee that you're going to win a Super Bowl with CJ Stroud and Mike Evans? No. Is it a guarantee that you're going to make an AFC championship game with CJ Stroud and Mike Evans? No. But it definitely gives you a better chance to, get to 10 to 13 wins. And the AFC is always going to be up and down. So we will wait and see, where he goes. But obviously the destinations that, should be on his, eyes are here, being a Buccaneer for life, if he wants to be, playing with Patrick Mahomes and trying to win another Super Bowl or 2, or trying to put CJ Stroud on the map, even though he already is, and trying to be able to make a legacy for the Houston Texans. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. And as we know, with T. Higgins kind of looking like he's going back to the Bengals, Michael Pittman Jr. going back to the Colts. So there was other names, that were going to possibly be available, Higgins and Pittman, but it looks like, both are going to be prime candidates of the franchise tag, and they're going to, more than likely, with everything that's being said and done, Pittman and Higgins will both be back. And honestly, those teams should bring those players back, You're not going to probably get a better player than Michael Pittman Jr. if you're the Colts. And to lose a T. Higgins, you got a Jamar Chase. But again, if Jamar Chase gets banged up, T. Higgins can play like a number 1 receiver, like a Godwin. So, it kind of makes sense, for those guys to go back, to where, they really made themselves. Now, Tampa recently took over a $7 million hit in dead money with Evans' contract being voided, right? And they're not going to get the deal done until he actually takes a look, right? But a lot of guys on Tampa have took looks, right? But re-signed with Tampa after to see what the market is, right? So they had a soft deadline on February 19th, and I knew that wasn't going to get done. So $7.4 million in dead money, and I already knew that was fine. That was going to happen. But the Chiefs, you could say, well, are they one of the likely landing spots? They only have $15 million in cap space, right? And he's going to be 31 when 2024 begins. And even if they restructure some other deals on the team, they don't really have a whole lot of money to get it done. So it almost feels like if Evans goes to Kansas City, he's taking a pay cut to go there to win championships with Mahomes, which could happen. Now, Evans, he's tallied over 1,000 yards in all of 10 professional seasons. Nobody's done that, including 79 catches, 1,255 yards, and 13 touchdowns in 2023, which was tied for first in the NFL, and his quarterback was fucking Baker Mayfield. So, he gets a lot of these stats with quarterbacks that really aren't that good. He had Tom Brady, but only for a couple seasons. So, he's had guys like Jameis Winston, and he was still able to produce. And no other superstar that's playing in the NFL has had shittier quarterbacks to work with that's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, even Keenan Allen, who is, kind of, the mirror, wide receiver that both of them get kind of, compared to based off stats and tenure and both being Hall of Famers in the future. But one guy got to play with Phillip Rivers and Justin Herbert, and the other guy played with Jameis Winston and Baker Mayfield. So there's not really a comparison there. And if you have Evans lining up against Rashee Rice on the other side, can you imagine, the problems, that the DBs are going to have on the AFC side? So the rest of the league would be just going through fits, if this ends up happening. But if you end up making it happen, you're going to have to pay. So if the Chiefs end up getting him, he's going to have to get paid 2 years, $40 to $45 million. That's really what it's going to come down to. And if you want to pay that, if you end up paying it and you end up winning a Super Bowl, then it's worth it. But if you end up paying that money and you don't, then it could end up, maybe setting you back a little bit. But 2 years, 40 to 45 million, 30 to 35 guaranteed is what you're probably going to be looking at. With a Mike Evans contract based on what he's proven to do year in and year out. But I think he would look good on a Bucs uniform and on the sideline. This would be the most dangerous place for him to end up. And anyone that's not a Chief fan would be probably a little disappointed. And then if he goes to the Texans, that would be amazing to have Nico. And then obviously it's not like we think that they're going to get Saquon Barkley and Mike Evans. But could you imagine if they did? CJ Stroud, Saquon Barkley, Mike Evans, Nico Collins. That would be very, very interesting to see on paper and to see on film. But realistically, they're only going to have enough money to get one or the other. So you have to decide, is it Saquon or is it Mike Evans? Who's going to be the guy that's going to do more? And in the end of the day, maybe Mike Evans doesn't have any want of, maybe he respects DJ Stroud, but maybe doesn't want to play for the Texans. So you also have to look at that as well. Yeah, being a Kraken fan is tough. Big facts. I mean, I got other players that we can go over to. Whatever you guys want. I got Dalton Schultz, Tyron Smith, Kevin Dotson, Andre James, Danielle Hunter, Leonard Williams, Patrick Queen, L'Jarius Sneed, Cameron Curl. I mean, that's just a few. Matthew, I appreciate you. He says, I don't chat much, but I listen during my cardio. Appreciate you, Matt. I think that might be Matt's first dono to the channel ever. And I'm not sure if Matt is in the room right now or if he's watching on Twitter/X. But thank you so much. Matthew, my guy. Appreciate you very much. And like I said, I wouldn't mind doing more NFL, content. But again, I have to have people show up and we have to be able to get good numbers, compared to doing an actual game. So, if that means that, Kraken streams, we don't have enough people, or a Mariner stream doesn't have enough people, but we're going to get more people to show up, donate, comment and interact. If we do NFL stuff, I'm willing to do NFL stuff, every single day, if we're able to get the right amount of people in the room, the right type of support. But again, if we aren't able to get the right type of support, then I have to go, lean on the games, because I know the games are at least going to get us a certain number. But then, we definitely have to improve on the support side. Support side has been, I don't want to say terrible, but the support side has definitely not been good for my mental health. Let's just keep it like that. I mean, especially when you got things that cost a lot of money. I mean, I don't know anyone on planet Earth that could, if they're doing streaming full time and, they do 3 or 4 streams and they're at nothing, or at like a couple dollars. I mean, Paisley's dog food costs $80, $83. If I'm grinding day in and day out, getting 0s or 1s or 2s or 5s, that's tough. That's tough. Matthew with a $5. Appreciate you. I believe that's his first dono to the channel. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks with a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Now, Matthew, if you are in the room, and I don't know if this is you based off the dono or not, but if you have a favorite player that you want to see a photo of, let me know. And like I said, I can throw it up, or if there's a player that you want to discuss, you let me know. But if you have anything that you want to be able to represent, favorite team, favorite player, favorite coach, whatever it may be, let me know. But I do appreciate you very, very much. But I wouldn't mind doing NFL content, like 3, 4, 5 days out of the week. But again, if it's not going to get us the similar or better than what we're doing with hockey or baseball or NASCAR, because like I said, this is my full-time job, and when you have a full-time job, every single person matters, every single comment matters, every single dono matters. And, when you have rent and you have your cell phone and you got, bills, the internet bill, Paisley's food, it's like I'm working for free these last 2 years. Every single day that I'm grinding, even if we end up hitting $100 in donos, I don't get to buy anything for myself ever. Literally everything is going to get paid for things that need to be paid back. I can't enjoy myself at all. So, keep that in mind, if you are a supporter, to the channel, like I said, I know, things can get tough for, people that are out there. But again, remember, there are also people out there making $500 to $1,000 a week, and I'm grinding. And, sometimes at the end of the day, it's not a good look for me. So if people want me to continue to be able to stream and to be able to, have a safe place where people can come to in a room, we need to be able to step up as a group. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do this channel full-time, part-time, or at all. And that's really the bottom line, you just want to be able to make sure that you feel appreciated for all the hard work that's being put in on a daily basis and not feeling underappreciated, unloved, and taken advantage of. There's no one else that's sitting at 20K subs that gets treated like me. And it definitely makes me sad, but again, what can you do? All you can do is just put your head down and grind, and hopefully you can find the right people to be able to support. All right, not your first dono. Appreciate that. Okay, let me throw that up for you. Appreciate you. Is that your first dono to me on through the Cash App though? Have you donated before on the Super Chat or on the Cash App before? Because I don't recognize the name unless you used a different name, in your profile when you donated. But usually I'm pretty good with names, either through the Cash App or through the Super Chat. But again, sometimes people have different names or they change their profile or create a new one. So. All right, let me see if I can get some badass ones. Let me see if I can get a good Mizzou logo here. Okay. See what other photos I can get for you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and like I said, I like doing NFL stuff. I mean, I could do NFL for 5 hours a day, every single day. It's the easiest thing for me to talk about because it's the thing that I know the most about, besides college football and the NFL and wrestling. I mean, I follow baseball and basketball and hockey and NASCAR, but I don't know if there's a lot of people that, have that same type of knowledge on the football, game and wrestling game. There's a few people that, in the room that are similar to me, with like Sarah and Odin's son and a few others with the wrestling and the football. But, for me, it becomes second nature. And all I do is read and watch film pretty much every day. So, and again, if we can get more people to come through while I end up, doing an NFL talk type of stream rather than doing like a hockey game, a baseball game, or a NASCAR race, yeah, I'm willing to do that. I can always watch that on the side while we end up doing it, but it all depends on who shows up and, who ends up supporting and whatnot. So your last dono was in 2023. Hey, I appreciate that. 2023, and now we're in 2024. But I'm not sure if you follow me on Twitter/X or on Instagram, but if there's anything that, you want to be able to go over, you can always message me. And then, based on what I get from people, to go over this or go over that, and the more people that I have, that do that, then that'll, make it easier for me to be able to go into something. So, but again, if we, do NFL and, we're getting lower numbers and lower donos and lower results than we are doing hockey or baseball or NASCAR, then, but again, I mean, if we had to flip it and just do NFL every day and then NHL and MLB and NASCAR had to take a back seat, I wouldn't mind. I just need to be able to do whatever is going to be able to bring the most people here. And then that's going to be able to give me the best chance to be able to get likes, subs, and donos to be able to survive. That's the bottom line. Because if I have 50 to 100 people in the room, but I'm at 0 in donos, that doesn't help me. You know what I mean? So even if we have less, people in the room, but we can still end up hitting a decent number so I can survive and, pay my bills and live and continue to do this dream. So, but I do appreciate you. I can find one more dope one for you. Yeah, because a lot of times when I end up doing NASCAR or baseball or hockey, I'm catering to people, that are supporting. So, if we're going to be able to get donos based off, doing that particular thing, then I'm going to do that, If we're going to be able to, get donos while doing hockey, we're going to do it. If we're going to get donos doing NASCAR, we're going to do it. If we're going to get donos doing baseball, we're going to do it. But, if we get to a point where we're doing these things and people aren't supporting, then we have to think of other things to do. Because I would rather get a lot of the NFL people back, because I get it. Some of the NFL fans and, wrestling fans, they're not baseball or hockey or NASCAR fans. They don't like those things. So, I get it. So. But I do appreciate you very, very much. Hope you enjoyed the photos. This one didn't fit the other one I had didn't fit the screen, but at least we got a couple ones on here. Rex Jr. Thank you so much, bro. Anyone that donates will end up getting some dope things on the screen. And it's cool because we don't have a whole lot of Mizzou representation, so anytime we do, it's pretty cool. All right, where do we want to go next in some of the names? Where do we want to go? Do we want to go Dalton Schultz next? You know, we went over a couple names, kind of the main ones, right? You know, to kind of start it off. So we did Vikings and Kirk Cousins. We talked a little bit about Justin Fields. Then we went into Baker and then Mike Evans. And then obviously talking about Caleb and, you know, some of the picks in the draft. And we can always do, draft stuff as well. But again, we have to kind of wait and get a little bit closer, to the draft itself before things get a little heated up. And then Saquon. And then here we are. All right, let's go Dalton Schultz next. We gotta get the star up. Where are you, Cowboys? We damn boys. Where are you? Not the only thing that's hiding from the playoffs and in general. The Cowboys, where are you? There you are. No, that is not even the right one. Where are you, Cowboys? Cowboys, 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 Dallas Cowboys, Houston Texans. All right, where's the Texans at? There we go. I was going to go from one to the other, but we'll just go here. Because I liked Dalton Schultz when he was on the Cowboys, but I felt that, it was a good fit, to go from the Cowboys to the Texans and, to go from one spot to another. Maybe before C.J. Stroud, people would be like, well, he probably would have been better off staying in Dallas. But now with the emergence of C.J. Stroud, it's almost like, man, that was the right team to go to. You're never going to win in Dallas until they get rid of Jerry Jones and they make a change with Dak and, they get rid of McCarthy. So, for a guy like Dalton Schultz, he signed a 1-year, $6.25 million deal with the Texans last year, and he was a big contributor. Let me see if I can find better photos so we can actually see his face a little bit better. There we go. Right, come on, Dalton Schultz, where are you? I'm not sure if this one will fit. Let's see. All right, that's a little bit better. Screaming in emotion after the touchdown or getting introduced to the game. But with Schultz, nice. Like, I feel that he will be able to get to a point where he'll be very close if they decide to make it, a focal point. And, of course, you got Singletary and you got Dameon Pierce, you got Nico, and you got all these receivers, right? But he had 635 receiving yards, second most of his professional career. 10.8 yards per reception average was a career high. He's good enough with C.J. Stroud, right? Regardless if they get Mike Evans or not, right? That if you ended up making him more of a focal point, maybe 1 or 2 less throws to Nico, 1 or 2 less throws to running backs in the flat, that you could end up getting to 900 to 1,000 yards for the season with Dalton Schultz. I really feel that he could. But again, you're going to have to make it more of a priority instead of just him being the check down guy. There has to be certain plays that are meant for him. And if they decide to do that, I think that he could get 900 to 1,000 yards and get 5, to 8 touchdowns in the season. So now he made an appearance on a Houston radio station, the 27-year-old, that given his choice, that, he would love to stay. And if you really think about it, there is no better place for Dalton Schultz. We saw a little bit of flashes of greatness, when he was on the Cowboys. But even with the Cowboys and Dak going to him, I feel that this is a better fit. It all depends on if they make him a focal point or not. If they don't, and he stays the same type of player that he is, right? He'll still be able to get 3 to 5 touchdowns and 500 to 600 yards. But if you end up making him a focal point, in the offense, I think that he could almost double his stat line. I don't think he'll get 1,200 receiving yards, but he could go from 635 in 17 games to 1,000, 900 to 1,000, and then he can go from a couple touchdowns, like maybe 3 to 5, and then maybe going from 5 to 8, if they make him a focal point. But again, we don't know if that is going to happen. And as we mentioned, with the Saquon Barkley situation, Houston's flush with salary cap space. So you would think that, with him, I'm not sure if money is a big thing. He seems like maybe he would take a little bit less, to bring in Saquon, if that's the case. Franchise tag for tight ends is just over $12 million. And that's almost double what Schultz made in 2023, right? But Schultz is a good player, but he's not an elite tight end, not one bit, right? But he's still considered a good tight end. So he might not be a top 5 tight end, but I think most people would agree he's a top 14 tight end. So better than, he's, top 16 is half the tight ends in the league. I think he's better than like 15 or 16. And in a majority, he'll be somewhere between 10 and 14. But some games, he'll play like a top 7 tight end if you just get him the damn ball, right? Now, it'll depend on what they want to do. Barring a Godfather offer, from another team, right? But I'm thinking 2 to 3 years, with him. So, 3 years, and you're not going to be getting, 12 million a year or 10 million a year, but maybe 8 or 9 million a year would be just right. So that way you can leave money for Saquon and maybe pursue Mike Evans. So if it's me, I'm thinking 3 years, and maybe you have an option, right? And you can cut him after like the second year or move on, but you can initially give him a 3-year deal. And I'm thinking somewhere between 27 and 30 million a year. I wouldn't go any higher than that. I wouldn't go any higher than 10 million per average. I would actually feel more comfortable going around 8 or 9 million a year, but that all depends if he will take it. But 3 years, 27, 28 million a year, guaranteed money, about half of that, maybe 14 to 17 million guaranteed. So it's not going to be 20 million guaranteed out of the 27 or 28, but maybe 14 to 17 million, guaranteed. And that way everyone can be happy with the deal. And that way it'll still give you room to pursue Saquon. And that way you're not paying a guy 12 million a year when he only really deserves 8 or 9 million, unless he starts putting up bigger numbers. Now, if you start putting up 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns a year, or 10, yeah, you definitely deserve 12 million a year, 13 million a year. But again, when you got guys like Nico Collins and you might end up getting Saquon and you got so many weapons at wide receiver, this guy is going to be like the 5th option. But it's a pretty damn good 5th option, if you ask me. 635 yards, second most of his professional career. And I think he's talented enough to get 1,000 to 1,200 yards receiving, but it just depends if the receivers get hurt and if they make him a focal point. If he's just a check down guy, the stats will still stay the same. But again, he's a valuable piece. Would I take him on my Buccaneers? Yeah. I don't think he's a top 5 or top 10 tight end, but he's somewhere between 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. On bad weeks, he'll be 14, 15, 16. On good weeks, he'll look like a top 7 tight end, where he'll have like 80 yards, 9 catches, and 2 touchdowns. If, maybe CJ finds him in the red zone and he has like that crazy game. But most of the time, he's not going to hit double digits. He's not going to hit a touchdown, actually, most of the time. He's only going to score here and there. But that's what I would do. I feel that would be the best fit. Yeah, we can do Spider Burns. Candace in the building. How are you? Oh, of course, we got to go over Panther stuff if you're in the room, bro. Got you. Get you a Panther logo, represent you correctly. And again, I don't have hate like other people do. Like, I might be the only person that is an NFC South fan that actually wants the other teams in the division to do well, like genuinely. Like, my heart wants the NFC South not to be the worst team, in the worst conference, in the NFL. I want the Panthers to get better. I want the Falcons to get better. And even though the Saints and the Bucs hate each other, I still got mad love and respect for the Saints fans and the Saints players and the Saints organization. And of course, we already know some of their fan base are going to be extra and toxic, but every fan base has extra and toxic people. Big facts. But just some fan bases have more. Cowboys, Eagles, Saints. There's going to be certain fan bases that are a little bit more frowned upon and a little bit more disliked than others. One of 8 players since 1982 with 7.5 sacks plus in each of its first 5 seasons. There's not a lot of people that can do what edge rusher Spider Burns can do. One of 8 players since 1982 with more than 7.5 sacks in each of its first 5 seasons, which doesn't seem like a lot, but again, sack lunches are hard to come by, and that is actually very, I don't want to say surprising, but Yannick Ngakoue, 2016 to 2020, Aaron Donald, 2014 to 2018, Ryan Kerrigan, DeMarcus Ware, Jared Allen, Derek Thomas, and Reggie White. Those are the names. Reggie White, Derek Thomas, Jared Allen, DeMarcus Ware, Ryan Kerrigan. It was pretty good for Washington back then, if you remember. Aaron Donald, Yannick Ngakoue, and then Spider Burns. That's the name of all the players since 1985 that have been able to do that. You know who I think would be really good for them? There's 2 teams that come to mind for me, right? The first team, obviously, if he's not going back to Carolina, right? But the first team that comes to mind would be the Los Angeles Rams. So when you look at the Rams and what they've been able to do on defense, Aaron Donald isn't getting any younger, right? So if you think about, if he's not getting any younger, and you're going to be able to surprise teams like the Seahawks, and be able to get, good results. It may not be the superstar, caliber team, playoff team every single year that you're wanting, but I think that he would blend in with Sean McVay and that defensive squad really easily. I think it would be a natural fit, and I think he would dominate. I think that he would have a really good chance to get to, double-digit sack lunches, there. But there's one other spot that I can think off the top, but I just don't know if that other team is going to have money to do it. Andrew in the building, what's good? But my number one spot if I'm just thinking, kind of off the top of my head, the Rams would be a good fit. But my number one spot, and I don't know if they have money, and I don't know if they're interested, but to me, where I would go if I was Spider Burns and I knew that the other team had interest in me, but the number one choice would be the Detroit Lions. That would be because you already have Aiden Hutchinson there. You need someone else, on that other side, to relieve the pressure. You would have a dynamic duo. And again, you need better defense, right? Offensive line is good, right? Goff is good in the offense. You got Jahmyr Gibbs. You got David Montgomery. You got Amon-Ra. You got everything there. But what is the thing that you need to improve on? The defensive line, the linebackers, and the secondary. And even with that being said, the Lions are still good enough to be able to make NFC championship games for the next 5 years before the team ends up getting older and certain players' contracts are up and then they have to rebuild, right? So if you can end up getting a guy that might not be quote unquote Chris Jones, Aaron Donald name recognition type of guy, but anyone that knows NFC South football, anyone that knows defense, anyone knows the Carolina Panthers, Spider Burns has been amazing since he was in college. Spider Burns has been a guy that is a sack lunch machine. Yum, 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 yum. I would take him on Tampa in a heartbeat, not just because he was on Carolina, but again, it all depends on fit, money, and again, I think he would be an impactful player on the Lions, an impactful player on the Rams, and both of those teams are playoff teams right now, and, you think it's going to be Niners, and then either Rams or Seahawks. So if the Rams want to still have a leg up on the Seahawks, grabbing a Spider Burns to the average fan would be like, who cares, right? But to real NFL heads like us, you'd be like, ooh, this could be something. And I know Seahawks fans wouldn't be happy with that, having to deal with that on the opposite side of the ball. But, for me, natural, number one fit, good team. They need you. The fan base would love you. And you would be doing a similar color set of your uniforms. Carolina Panther blue and black. You're going to the Detroit Lions blue and gray. I can just kind of picture it in my head. So Lions 1, Rams 2. Those would probably be my, my natural places. I'm not sure if the Ravens would have interest, because obviously they need to be able to figure out running backs, another wide receiver, more O-line, and more defense. But essentially, anybody that's good that goes to the Ravens gets better. You're a good player, Roquan Smith. Oh, you're a Hall of Famer now. So it's like if you already have a good skill set and you're a defensive player, the Ravens will be able to develop you to the highest extent. And you may not be Ray Lewis, and you may not be Ed Reed, and you may not be Haloti Ngata. But one thing that we do know is the Ravens defense, for the most part, is pretty damn good. They may not be ranked top 5 every year. Sometimes they'll be in the top 10 or the top 12, right? But as long as they can stay injury-free, what we typically know the Ravens for, they get pressure on the D-line. Sometimes it's lower name guys that step up. Linebackers, are sideline to sideline, and they're going to make everyone better on the team. And most of the time, they're going to have a couple, not one, but 2 athletic secondary members. Now, are they going to be able to stay healthy the whole year? Maybe, maybe not. But if he ends up going to the Ravens, that's like a match made in heaven. Like, you literally can put any good defensive player on the Ravens, they're going to pan out. I mean, how many players have gone to the Ravens and just completely sucked? I mean, I know with like Calais Campbell, he got a little bit older, and so of course with Campbell, he had a long career and was going. But I assume most people that end up, going from a different team and going to Baltimore, they end up being a pretty solid piece, adding to that Raven defensive legacy. So I think that you're pretty spot on. Ravens didn't really cross my mind because I didn't know if they had interest in him, but Rams and Lions, see how we're connected? I didn't even look at that. And, I'm just thinking of the top, who would benefit the most? Number 1, Lions would benefit the most. I think Rams would benefit second most. The Ravens don't really even need him, but it would be like a luxury. Oh, I get to go play with Roquan Smith. Like, who didn't want to play with a bunch of other studs? But with that being said, just because you get a guy like Spida doesn't mean you're going to automatically get over the hump and win the Super Bowl. It's not like the Ravens get him and then they win, or the Lions get him and then they win the Super Bowl. I mean, it'll make them much better, but they still got a lot of work, on the defensive side for the Rams and the Lions. The Ravens defense is more set in stone, but they're not going to turn down an elite player like that if he wants to come and they have money to pay him. So good analysis there. You're already smart. You already know football, and I know football. So for you to come up with names like that doesn't surprise me one bit. Us NFC South fans are not stupid. Some NFC South fans are stupid, right? Some of them are toxic and they're fucking dumb, right? But a lot of the NFC South fans are a lot smarter than people think. In fact. A tag and trade. In the Carolina Panthers, fan base and the Carolina Panthers organization, has there been any talks at all, any scenario from any article or video that you have read, being a Panther fan, is there any chance that he comes back to Carolina, or is it like he's gone? There is no coming back, kind of like Devin White for my Buccaneers. I mean, the chances of Devin White being back on the Buccaneers is like 0. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Is that the same thing with the Panthers, or is there still a slight chance that they might be able to work something out and then Spider would stay with Carolina? You let me know. But I like Spider. I liked him since college. As soon as I saw him, I was like, this guy's a gamer. And a lot of times, I'm a defensive-minded guy, so I'm always going to evaluate O-line, D-line, linebackers, corners and safeties, kickers and punters, coaches, OCs, DCs. I'm going to go deeper than anybody else on the planet. Everyone likes to be able to give the kudos and the love to the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, but anybody could do that. To be able to go deeper and understand football, you have to understand what the gasoline in the Lambo is, and that's going to be the O-line and the D-line, and I'm always going to be looking for those type of prospects. All right, where do we want to go next? We can go Tyron Smith, stud lineman for the Cowboys, Kevin Dotson, Andre James, Danielle Hunter, Leonard Williams, Patrick Queen. Let's do Patrick Queen, and then we can go with Cameron Curl. I think 99% of fans don't even know who Cameron Curl is. No one knows who that is unless you're a hardcore fan. Bottom line. You don't know who that is. I mean, you could ask a lot of people who that is. They don't even know who it is, and they don't even know what team that player is on. But we'll start off with Patrick Queen here, since we were talking about Ravens. Let's go that route. Patrick Queen is one of those guys. He might be the odd man out, because when you have lower name guys on the D line that are stepping up, and then when you got Roquan Smith falling out, and maybe Spider is going to be coming in, we don't really know what's going to happen, right? But there'll be a few places that could make sense, but I'm not sure if it'll happen. All right, Patrick Queen. So with Patrick Queen, Yeah, I mean, right now those are pretty much the two teams that are looking at, but there always is a surprise team, right? That might have some type of interest that could be some type of fit, but pretty much, for Queen, that's really what's only really been reported for the most part is Seahawks and Ravens, right? If you read any type of articles or anything like that, right? And I think the Ravens want to retain him 100%, right? But again, you got to re-up Madubuike, right? And others. And then you're going to have to pay big time money to Roquan Smith. So if you had to choose between Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith, where are you going to go? You're going to go Roquan Smith, 100%, right? And the Seahawks, you're hurting for cap space, right? And Bobby Wagner and Jordan Brooks are set to hit free agency, but they might bring Bobby Wagner back. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see what this new regime is going to do, right? But if Seattle decides to, reset at the position, like Queen and McDonald are tight, right? So that's the reason why the Seattle rumor came out, a long time ago, is because McDonald and Queen are tight, and he was there. So if they decide that they don't want Bobby Wagner and they don't want Jordan Brooks, you're down 3 starters. You need to replace everything. So that means you're going to have to draft a couple linebackers in the draft and possibly get at least one linebacker in free agency if you're going to have to reset the whole position, right? He's 24 years old. But again, you're going to have to kind of worry about the money, right? How much? How long, right? But in theory, it makes sense. But again, we have to see if, Baltimore is going to be able to make it work or not. But again, who is the more desperate team? It's the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks have 3 of their starting 5 linemen that may not be there, in the near future. So they're going to have to be looking at the draft and free agency for possibly 3 linemen and 3 linebackers, right? And that's a lot of work. And not only that, they're going to have to hit on those picks, which they may or may not, right? Now, the sticking point here is going to be the cheese, okay? The money, all right? The dollar bill, y'all, all right? And we already know Roquan Smith is better, but Patrick Queen, he deserves some dollar bills, y'all, all right? Right? Queen is coming off a career high 133 total tackles, 13.5 sacks in 4 seasons, shows some A-gap presence, right? And his age is going to make him attractive because he's not too old, right? But the age also can allow the Seahawks to sign a longer-term deal that affords Seattle more cap space in the short term. Can you say void years, right? So, 4 years, it's probably going to be 3 to 4 years and then probably like 60 to 75 million, somewhere in there. So if you do 4 years, 70 to 75 million with like 50 million guaranteed, that could be a lot of money. And I know some Seahawks fans would be concerned, but Patrick Queen has already proven himself in Baltimore that even if you had to slightly overpay and then some of the cap money goes away, at least you're getting a guy that's proven that can get the job done, especially if you're going to have to possibly reset 3 offensive linemen and 3 linebackers that may not be there in the near future. And again, you're potentially not going to have Bobby Wagner and Jordan Brooks. So you're going to be down 3 starters at linebacker. And what a better way to get back on track being Mike McDonald and getting a guy that used to be on your team. But again, we know Baltimore wants to keep him. But the number one thing is going to be, not his attitude or his performance. It's going to be the dollar bills, y'all. So it would make sense for him to stay, you know what I mean? But again, if you have to chase the bag, then maybe going to Seattle could be a fit. And I'm trying to think of any other spot off the top that could be a fit, And if you're looking at like natural fit, I don't think Patrick Queen is necessarily a natural fit for Seattle and their scheme unless McDonald changes everything about the franchise. So everything that we knew about the franchise with Pete is different now. So if it ends up being a baby Baltimore Raven NFC team, then this would make sense. So we will have to wait and see if the cheddar is better. Chief in the building. What's good? How are you? Oh, good to hear, bro. Missed you.
we're going over free agencies and whatnot and going over players. Just kind of give you a quick recap. We've already been streaming for almost 2 hours. So I was going to wait for some more Chief people to come in to go Chiefs, but obviously we know Chris Jones is, that's already, he is the single most important player to get re-signed out of anybody, period. It's like Aaron Donald has been known as being the top guy for years and years and years and years. But the bottom line is, if you don't have Chris Jones, you don't win Super Bowls. So you need to be able to have him. But the L'Jarius Sneed, we can go into him and talk about L'Jarius Sneed. That was actually going to be one of my next guys up. But we started, obviously, with Kirk Cousins, just to kind of give you, and then we decided to talk a little bit about Justin Fields, either Steelers or Falcons. Baker Mayfield, if there's any interest anywhere else, or what would be a good fit, for Mike Evans. Obviously we mentioned that, there's a couple natural places that, would be nice. Tampa, Kansas City, and Houston. But obviously if he wants to win Super Bowls, this is going to be your best destination. You can take less money, and then if you end up going there, Chiefs fans are going to be jumping up and down, and everyone else will be pissed off. I would love for him to retire a Buccaneer, but if he doesn't stay on the Bucs, this is where I want him to go. I want him to continue his legacy and try to win with Pat. And I'll continue to support him if that ends up happening. I don't know if everything is well. Support has been not the greatest. And I'm trying to keep my mental health good so I don't have a battle of depression or anxiety. And then all of a sudden I'm not streaming for a few weeks. I need to make sure that I keep my mentals up. Support has been bad. We've had 3 really challenging streams, the last 3. This one looks like we might be at number 4. And, I don't know what to do. Like I said, if people want me to continue to do streaming, a lot has to change. We have to get more people in the room. We need more likes. We need more subs. We need more donos. I don't know anyone on planet Earth that's got a job that can stream, for $1 or for nothing over and over and over again and feel good about themselves. So I don't know, man. I can't really say, I don't want to say, hey, I'm doing great, because I'm not. I have to keep it 100, but hopefully things get better. We'll leave it at that. But support definitely has not been good. Just the bottom line, support has been terrible. And again, it's like I have, rent, I have cell phone, I have credit card, I have Paisley. I can't even buy anything for myself, but I still need to be able to fucking survive, Mental health, it's important. Take care of yours. And I can't control when, people die, when people lose their job, you know what I mean? But again, when other things like that happen, other people need to step up for the others. Otherwise we're not going to be in a good situation. Just because other people maybe aren't donating and then other people think that's okay, it's not okay. We need to make sure that we're keeping things moving. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do this, full-time, part-time, or at all, because it's going to be too much on my mental health. I'm grinding. You know what I mean? People are making $500 to $1,000 a week, saying they got no money. Where I'm grinding for 30 streams in 30 days, and I can't even hit a few $100s. That's not a good look. So I definitely feel not loved and not appreciated and disrespected. And what else can I feel? I just have to keep going. But it is what it is. So hopefully things can get better. But it's only going to get better with a collective effort, especially when I sacrificed a Jordan rookie, It's like, I don't want to have to, come to the realization that maybe I should have kept it and not did this dream. I don't want to have to think like that. having a card worth 20, 30 grand and, grinding, and then, having, a result like that happen. It's not good. So, but you know what is good? L'Jarius Sneed. All right, L'Jarius Sneed. Let's talk about L'Jarius. Now, his 2023 season, anything but average. 1 year after piling up 108 total tackles, right? Sneed's coverage excelled, and that was a big part why they ended up winning the Super Bowl. He just allowed 51% of the passes thrown in his direction to be completed, passer rating of just 56.2. Now, obviously, there's been some mention and some rumors on, maybe a franchise tag, maybe not, right? He is one of the league's top corners, right? And obviously the defense went from top 15 to top 5. And he's a key part of the Chief defense, 9 pass breakups last season, 10 career interceptions total. So he's not going to be easy to replace. And we saw like McDuffie, step up at times as well, right? The Chiefs have drafted 4 corners in the past 2 drafts. So now with Sneed and McDuffie, it looks like those guys could be the guys that take over, as the main pieces. And McDuffie could be the number 1 corner if Sneed leaves, right? But they also have to remember Chris Jones. He's a key to the pass rush, right? Top 5 defender in the league. And that's going to be more difficult to replace than Sneed. So we've seen this move before when they let Tarvarius Ward walk in 2022 when they drafted McDuffie rather than pay the money. So if Sneed ends up going to the open market, right, then they can just draft another player, which they may do. So, the best team fit for Sneed besides the Kansas City Chiefs would probably be the Detroit Lions. If they're not able, to be able to get a guy, like Spider Burns, if they're not able to get someone like that on the line, right, then maybe they can go for a piece like that with the Detroit Lions. So, my Detroit Lion logo here. But there's many players that can be big fits, but especially defense. If you're a defensive star and you're a defensive stud, I can't think of 2 better players that would fit better on the Detroit Lions than Spider Burns 1, right? And then L'Jarius Sneed 2. So, and that doesn't mean that if they get those 2 players, they win a Super Bowl, but it might be the difference between them getting to the NFC Championship game and losing or getting to the NFC Championship game and winning. And, no guarantees that the Lions would be able to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. But if they had Aiden Hutchinson, L'Jarius Sneed, and Spider Burns, it definitely would give them a hell of a lot better of a chance to compete. And they have to build on that side of the ball. So if you are going to give Spider Burns the money and you're going to give L'Jarius Sneed the money and you're going to draft a corner like you let, Ward go, and then you ended up getting McDuffie, if they do that again, then maybe you can give money like 3 years, 50 to 60 million, right? About 15 to 20 million a year on the Lions, and then maybe, 35 to, 38 million guaranteed, something of that nature. So, of course, I don't want to see them lead the Chiefs, but again, who has money and who needs help at corner and D-line? And that's one single team, the Detroit Lions. Talk about hitting free agency a 10 out of 10. If they were able to get him, Spider Burns, and L'Jarius Sneed, they will be comparing that to the draft that they had last year when they got Campbell and Gibbs, and you ended up having one of the best drafts, and Laporta. So it's like you want to be able to have a great draft and a great free agency move. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But the Lions have money, so it would make sense to try to do everything in your power to grab this, to pair up with Hutchinson, and to be able to get a stud corner. And again, putting him on Detroit, I think that both players would fit into the culture of Dan Campbell very nicely. I still would love to have the players stay on their original teams, but again, this is a business, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, damn right he is. We'll put him back on the Chiefs spinning logo for now, since he's still yo property. Yeah, but would you want to go to the Eagles after winning a Super Bowl? Would you want to go there? It's like I would almost take less money and go to Detroit than get more money and go to Philly. I wouldn't want to go there after what I saw and all the discombobulation. Like Jalen Hurts is cool, you know, and on the offensive side of the ball is cool. But what about that defensive side of the ball? You know? And then now they're going to have to replace Kelsey at center. I mean, I don't know, man. The Eagles were good, but are they going to be able to get back to being a Super Bowl team sooner than later? We don't know. Yeah. And he got hurt for them. So he wasn't really able to do a whole lot, you know. He liked to talk a lot of shit, you know, for the Saints, but he backed it up most of the time. Then he went there, talked a lot of shit, but then ended up getting hurt. So, you know, if you got a guy like CJ Gardner-Johnson, it's like you're kind of injury prone. You kind of got the Greg Oden syndrome. So it's like, if it's me, I stay away from a player like that. You know, like I like the intensity and the shit talking if you can back it up. But if you're going to get hurt every year, you're not going to be worth the money, you know. You know, but for me, you know, it's like to go from one Super Bowl caliber team to another, you know, it's like you're not going to probably get a chance to go to the Niners. You know, you're not going to be in that boat, right? So if you're not going to be at a place like that, you know, Detroit is going to be a team that should be very good for the next 4 or 5 years. Every team, you know, has about a 4 to 5 year run, unless you're like Bill Belichick, Brady, and Gronk, where it was like a 20-year run. But most teams, like the Niners, you know, when they had their heyday, you know, and they were very, very good. Seahawks, when they had the Legion of Boom, you know, you're usually going to build for a few years, and then you're going to have about 4 or 5 years to be great. And out of those 4 or 5 years where you're a playoff team, you got to make the Super Bowl at least once or twice, and you got to make at least 2 NFC championship games in 5 years. You know, and not a lot of teams are going to be able to do that. You know, but yeah, well, that was a bust because we already know Kevin Byard is a name, but he's ass. He's old. So he was good on the Titans, and then he got old, and then you tried to pick him up based off name recognition, but he didn't do anything. So at this point, you know, it's a hard thing to swallow, a hard pill to swallow, to be like so good, Pro Bowl, All-Pro, Hall of Fame, and then just to fall off the face of the earth. But it seems like in the NFL, it happens more often than not. You know, I wouldn't want Kevin Byard on my team. Yeah, haters just trying to hate. You know, Jets. You know, of course, and the Jets aren't using him, but it shows you, you know, if you're an average player and you go to another team, you're nothing. You know, but if you end up playing with Patrick Mahomes, you never know. You might end up being a Super Bowl hero. You know, because if you put McCole Hardman on any other team, you know, he's going to be third option, fourth option, and not really that great of a player. You know what I mean? But he might be a third or fourth option on the Chiefs, but at least he'll get opportunities from Mahomes. You know what I mean? So, you know, a lot of times these players, you know, they think they're better than they are, you know, because they're playing with Mahomes and Kelsey and Andy Reid. And then he got a kind of a harsh reality going to a team like the Jets where they don't give a shit about you. You know what I mean? Like they're going to start, you know, other players over you. They don't give a shit that you're McCole Hardman. Like, what have you done? You know, you did something with Mahomes, but it's like, you know, that's going to be kind of the mindset for a lot of, I think, players that are on championship caliber teams. They think they're better than they really are. You know, just because you end up catching a pass from Mahomes doesn't mean you're going to be able to be as productive with Aaron Rodgers or Zach Wilson or whoever else if you go to a different team. So. Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, it's a lot better than getting 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, you know.
All right, next up, we'll do Cameron Curl. Most people don't know who that is. Get a logo. Appreciate it, man. I don't know what kind of attitude overall, if like some of the other goats, aren't here or aren't donating, and then everyone else thought fuck it, let's have O-Dog just suffer and be fucking homeless. I don't know where we got to a point where everyone thought it would be okay for not to be able to support or show some love, but I appreciate you very much, man. $5 holla. Appreciate you. And like I said, a big part of it too is, a lot of the people, giving up or not being here, but just because someone else, gives up or isn't here or doesn't donate doesn't mean everyone has to follow suit, unless you guys just want me to quit the channel or just delete it and never stream ever again. $5 holla. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. A little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. But I'll tell you, things got to drastically change. Otherwise, things are going to be much different. I appreciate you. $5 holla. But that's how it goes. If you look at it, and even from the people that are in the room, when we ended up having other people in the room that were donating heavy, right? What happened? You guys donated more, right? But again, if other people aren't doing it, then everyone thinks it's okay not to do it. And that's a shitty example to set, especially when we're at the sub count that we're at. Like if I'm brand new and I'm just starting off, then this isn't a conversation, but when we've been doing this shit for fucking 12 years, and this is like my 8th, 9th year on YouTube, you just want to make sure that you feel appreciated for the work that's being put in, not being taken advantage of or not being loved or appreciated. So, but everything, is hand in hand, that's how it goes. Someone needs to, be able to step up and set the example and stop waiting for other people to set the example. If everyone's always waiting for the other person to donate or the other person to set the example, we're never going to grow, and how do you expect newbies to come in here and to be able to like, sub, donate, share if we can't even get the regulars to do it? It's a big concern that I have. We have all these mods, but again, like, why do we even have mods if people aren't showing up? We have to definitely kind of reevaluate a lot of things on this channel. Because it's definitely not going the way that it should. And I'm very disappointed and I'm very upset and I'm very sad. And, I hope things end up getting better. But, I've had plenty of opportunities for people to show me that things are going to go a certain way.
But I don't know. I don't want to feel like I've been let down, but I need to be able to survive, bottom line. And it's definitely getting to the point where it's almost impossible to do that. All right, Cameron Curl. All right. So we're looking at fits for Cameron Curl on the Washington Commanders. Okay. And there's going to be a few teams that are going to be, looking for positional help, right? And if you're looking at Antoine Winfield Jr. for the Bucks, Kyle Duga, of the Patriots, they're probably the, top free agents in a deep safety group, right? And, some guys are going to be looking at the franchise tag like Antoine Winfield Jr., right? But there was a bright spot in the dismal year for the Commanders in 2023. Okay, he had 115 total tackles, right? He can play both safety spots. He's 24 years old. He's not in his prime, right? And I feel that, he will be able to get some decent money. Chiefs, let me know what you want to do for photos. I got you. And I'm thinking, 3 years, 35 to 40 million, and about half of that guaranteed, maybe 18 to 20, right? And there's going to be a few teams that are going to be looking for a player like this. And, obviously I know, Sarah, you probably wouldn't mind having someone like, like this on the Colts. Green Bay Packers definitely need all the help that they can get. The Packers' top 3 safeties from 2023 are all scheduled to be unrestricted free agents. So with that being said, the Packers are the number one destination. Just like when you start seeing places like with Seattle, and we start talking about Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. Roquan's going to stay. Patrick Queen, he may stay, but they may not be able to afford him. So if they're going to have, all their starters possibly not there, Bobby Wagner included, sometimes you're going to have to be able to look somewhere else. And I think that this would be a pretty good fit. Now, they have some pretty good momentum, but they have a lot of problems too. They're about $5 million in the red right now, right? And then Jonathan Owens, Darnell Savage, and Rudy Ford are free agents. But I don't really think Packer fans really give a shit about those guys. I mean, what's the guy that you like the most out of those 3? Maybe Owens or Savage. I don't think they give a shit about Ford. But Savage is kind of a name, and Owens, a little bit here and there. But they can get somebody better. So an upgrade at the position is definitely a priority for Green Bay. And a lot of times with Green Bay, it's not going to be the offense that we're worried about. It's going to be the defense and the special teams. So Colts would be a good fit. Packers would be the best fit. And then I assume there would be a few other teams that are looking. And obviously Tampa would be in the mix if we didn't have Antoine Winfield Jr. But since we do, we'll tag him. And that is, kind of my feel with Cameron Curl. He's probably one of the more coveted no-name players that is in this free agency period. Cameron Curl. That's a good question. Let's get a photo up of him. I mean, we really haven't heard a whole lot, out of Danger Russ, besides Pittsburgh. I think that really is kind of the main thing that we've been hearing, right? I mean, have we been hearing anything else besides Pittsburgh? And if there is other teams that, quote unquote, may be interested or would want him, right? But if that's the case, right? You would rather draft a quarterback. So if you're in need of a quarterback, why would you want Russell Wilson, even though he had a pretty good year like Baker Mayfield, right? Why would you want Russell Wilson when you can get Jaden Daniels, when you can get Drake May, when you can get Caleb Williams, when you can get Michael Penix Jr., when you can get Bo Nix? And now, I don't know about J.J. McCarthy. That might be the only quarterback that you might be better than, But again, it's not necessarily his production on the field. It's everything but. It's off the field, on the sideline, and the drama, But also, too, Russ didn't come out of the whole spectacle at the end when they wanted to bench him as the bad guy. If anything, Russell came out kind of as a good guy, and Sean Payton kind of turned into a dickhead, based on them trying to screw him. Basically telling him that, we're going to bench you unless you modify your contract. And then if we let you play and you get hurt, we're not going to pay you. So I lost a lot of respect for the Denver Bronco organization and Sean Payton. I still think Sean Payton can hold Bo Nix the best, but again, this is not going to be a fit in Denver, and not many players are. I think Bo Nix is the natural fit for Sean Payton, but I didn't like the way that they tried to fleece, Russell. And act that way. I don't think I've ever heard of a situation like that. But if you bring Russell Wilson to Pittsburgh, is it really going to solve all their problems? I would rather go for a draft pick than go for Russell Wilson. I mean, you already got, shitty quarterbacks that are already there, and is Russell Wilson going to win you more games than what your current roster is right now? Yeah, I think it is. You could win more. You could possibly win, maybe 9 or 10 games with Russell Wilson. That's also if you can, have a good running game, with Najee and Jalen Warren. The offensive line stinks. Wide receivers have some talent with like Pickens, right? But you need more than that. And I like Freiermuth, but the O-line stinks, right? I feel that maybe Mike Tomlin, they don't really listen to him anymore. And the defense is injury prone. It's like you got, some pieces there. You got TJ Watt and you got Minka. You got some pieces, but 3 good pieces out of 11 ain't going to be able to let you win the division because they got a long ways to go. So for me, I don't know where the hell Russell Wilson is going to end up. You know what I mean? But I don't know if Pittsburgh is going to be the best destination. But again, Ritter ain't it. And, a lot of their quarterbacks that have played there over the years, besides Big Ben, they're not it, and you need to come up with someone like a Big Ben type of player. And you're probably not going to get that in free agency. You're going to have to get it in the draft. But again, you need to address the offensive line first. And if you don't address the O-line and the defense, you're never going to do anything. You're just going to be a team that's got a lot of talented players like the Cowboys, but you just never fucking do anything. And I love Mike Tomlin, but at some point, they may need to move on from Tomlin and get a new voice to start over. And even though we know he's like the most consistent coach that's out there, but when you've been there for a long, long time, sometimes the message isn't heard anymore and it just goes in one ear, out the other. And I feel that the Pittsburgh Steelers players are treating Mike Tomlin that way. And if you get a new coach, he's not going to be as good as Mike Tomlin, but it'll be at least a fresh start. And then maybe Mike Tomlin can come to my Buccaneers. So, you know what I mean? But Russ and Baker actually had pretty fucking good seasons last year. If we want to actually, go over the numbers. Let's go over Baker and Russell Wilson's numbers here real quick. All right, Baker Mayfield. All right, so started off with the Browns, right? 2018 to 2021, 4 years. Then, to the Panthers, to the Rams, and then to the Buccaneers, right? So if you're looking at his stat line, so this is his stat line, prior. And obviously Baker is much better than people really want to give him credit for. First year with the Browns, 3,725 yards, almost 4,000, 27 TDs, 14 picks. Why is everyone acting like Baker had 14 touchdowns, 27 picks? It's ridiculous. Second year with the Browns, bad year, didn't have a whole lot of help. He didn't play well either. 22 touchdowns, 21 picks. All right, so you had one bad year where your interceptions were close to your touchdowns, and then everyone wanted to act like that's what he was, right? Then the third year with the Browns, right? 3,563 yards. And remember, he made the playoffs for them, remember? First quarterback to do that, right? Pretty good for a guy that's 6'1". 26 touchdowns, 8 picks. That's top 10 stat line, right? He did that in 2020, COVID. 2021, 3,010 yards with the Cleveland last year, 17 touchdowns, 13 picks. So a little bit higher on the picks, but still not horrendous, but nothing close to 26-8 and 27-14, right? So 2 good years and then 2 kind of bad years, right? Then with the Panthers, a split season, 6 touchdowns, 6 picks in limited games. Then he went to the Rams, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks, limited games, and then Buccaneers gave him a shot, right? highest completion percentage of his career, 64.3. Highest yardage of his career, 4,044. Highest touchdown rate of his career, 28. And the second least amount of interceptions when he had at least 20 touchdowns or more, 10 picks. So he had 28 touchdowns and 10 picks for the Bucs. Yeah, we made the playoffs. Yeah, we were pretenders. And I knew we were going to get our ass kicked, but we still beat the Eagles. So it shows you how dog shit the Eagles were. We were a pretender, and we were still able to beat the Eagles. But we weren't going to beat the Lions, and we shouldn't have beat the Lions. But 28 and 10, that's pretty fucking good. So if you think about it, out of 7 years, in 2022, so in 6 years, right, he's had, 3 seasons that were pretty fucking good because the Rams-Panther year was, kind of split. So you can't really gauge it off that. But he's had a 27-14 year in his rookie year, third year, 26 and 8, and then last year, 28 and 10. That's pretty fucking good if you ask me. That's top 10, top 12 numbers for a quarterback. And again, Mike Evans, right, out of those 28 touchdowns, accumulated for 13, and that was tied for number 1 in the NFL. So stop playing with my boy. Stop playing with Mike Evans, and stop playing with Baker Mayfield. And as much as I want, Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., Baker Mayfield is going to come back, and then I just have to pray and hope that they draft a quarterback this year, next year, or the following year to replace Kyle Trask, and then we can get someone to fill the shoes after Baker is done, or if they move on from Baker in a couple years. Let's go to Russell Wilson. But I think most people don't realize how good Baker was unless you actually, watch this channel, and follow me and follow the Buccaneers, right? I don't think people even realize to this day that Mike Evans was tied for first place overall with all of your favorite wide receivers in the league. Most people have no clue because they don't look at stats. All they do is just watch games week in and week out, but they don't really look at the stats. Now, I know a lot of the people in this room, we look at stats. You know what I mean? But a lot of people have no idea that Mike Evans was tied for number 1 with 13 tutties. All right, let's go to Russell Wilson for all the haters, right? Russell Wilson, was a top 3 quarterback for many, many years, right? Came in 2012, So 3,118 yards, 26 and 10. All right. Then in his sophomore year, 3,357 yards, 26 and 9. Third year, 3,475 yards, 20 and 7. 20 touchdowns, 7 picks. His fourth year, 4,024 yards, 34 touchdowns, 8 picks. His fifth year, 4,219 yards, 21 touchdowns, 11 picks. His sixth year, 3,983 yards, 34 touchdowns, 11 picks. Then the following year, 3,448, 35 touchdowns, 7 picks. The following year, 4,110 yards, 31 touchdowns, 5 picks. The following year, 4,212 yards, 40 touchdowns, 13 picks. The following year with the Seahawks, his very last year, 3,113 yards. He got hurt, 25 touchdowns, 6 picks. So in his career, right, and then he went to the Broncos, got hurt, right, didn't really play well, 3,524 yards, 16 touchdowns, 11 picks, right? Something that you might, think like a Baker Mayfield would do or someone of that nature, right? So obviously a little bit lower in the stat line. Normally the touchdowns are way higher and the picks are lower. And then last year, right, fully healthy, but not a fully, built squad, right? They were kind of learning it on the fly. 3,070 yards, 26 touchdowns, 8 picks. So very similar to what he did in his prime with Seattle. Russell Wilson, for his career, for everyone that thinks he's a scrub and he's dog shit, 43,653 yards total, right? Hall of Fame player, 334 touchdowns, 334, 106 picks. That's it. Pretty amazing. But again, it's all about recency bias. What have you done for me lately, right? feel a lot of times, when we watch games, you start to get haters on the internet and on TV and on podcasts. And when one hater says something, and then you get all the followers that hop on that bandwagon and they don't even do the research, and then they just follow the leader like a bunch of sheep. We got to be very careful to be sheep. You want to make sure that, you can read things, but not everything that you read is true. You got to understand, not everything on Instagram is true. Not everything on Facebook is true. Not everything on TikTok is true. Not everything on your Twitter X feed is true. Sometimes you got to be able to make up your own opinion. But the Bucs are currently set to have 6 selections in this year's draft, and we are projected to receive a 7th round compensatory selection, which would make 7 picks all together. So we'll see if we stay at pick number 26, or move on. But I definitely want Antoine Winfield Jr., Baker Mayfield, and Mike Evans to be back as Buccaneers. I mean, even if that means I never win a Super Bowl ever again for the rest of my life, I don't want to say who cares, because I've went to 2 Super Bowls and I've won both. And most people will never, ever be able to do anything like that. Us and the Ravens are the only 2 teams that have gone twice and never have lost. But the thing is, with the Buccaneers, we might be the only team to stay 2-0. Because if the Ravens end up going to the Super Bowl, chances are they're probably going to lose the first time that they go. So, I still got to be happy with where we're at. But again, sometimes you never know what's going to happen. I never knew that Brady, Gronk, and fly like a butterfly, sting like AB was going to come with Bruce Arians, and it was the perfect storm. I mean, it still kind of shocks me to this day that all that shit happened, Yeah, my Cash App is good. Yeah, and I just, and I don't know what I need to do to be able, to have more, people support and show up. And if that means to not do Mariner games and to not do baseball games and to not do Kraken games and to not do hockey, not do baseball, not do NASCAR, and all we do is talk NFL or college football every day, I'm willing to sacrifice those other things, but again, I have to be able to see it. I have to be able to see the donos go up. I have to see the number of the people in the room go up. I need to be able to see the shares and the likes and the support go up. But, again, a lot of times when I ended up shifting to after football season was over, I did it because I felt that if we have fans that are going to donate and support when I do certain things like Mariners and Kraken, I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? I have to do what is going to be able to put me in a position to pay my bills and pay to make sure that Paisley survives. If you guys would rather have me, do NFL every single day and we can do like freestyle streams and we can get, 100, 200, 300 people, 100 to 500 people, kind of like what we get numbers for streams, unless I do something big and then it ends up being a higher number, like 1,000 or more. But if we can end up, even if the number ends up being, not high and not low, it is what it is. I want to be able to do something where I can get those football fans, to come through and show up, because I would rather talk about football and college football rather than hockey or baseball or NASCAR. I mean, the things that I love are going to be wrestling, but we only do a pay-per-view once a month until Netflix gets Raw, and then we'll be doing that maybe once a week, depending on if Monday Night Football is not good. And then when Monday Night Football is over, then we can do Monday Night Raw if we want. And I like that idea, having a little bit more wrestling, a pay-per-view, and maybe 4 Raws in a month. I think that would be good for us. I think we could help grow, and we can get some wrestling fans that aren't just football fans to maybe join us, right? But again, it's going to be up to you guys, and I need you guys to be able to, put in that work, to be able to like and sub and share and to be able to, give input. Because like I said, the main reasons that I end up doing the NASCAR and the baseball and the hockey is that when you end up doing a game, you typically are going to have a certain number that is automatically going to show up, just to watch the game, or fans that are looking to bet money and they're going to get advice or ask me, what they should do on their bet or whatnot, But again, I am not like set in stone where I have to do every Mariner game or every Kraken game. It's like pretty much I'm just trying to do the best sporting event each day. But if we're not going to get donos when I'm doing fucking hockey or baseball or NASCAR, then we have to stop doing it then. Because I'm not going to fucking spend an hour making a thumb and then doing a game and then hitting a fucking zero and then hitting another fucking zero and then another fucking zero. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't go through that. My mental health is not very good. And if I want to make sure that we can keep things moving, if that means that we have to start switching things around. But again, it comes from effort from the mods and effort from the goats. You know, so if some of the mods and some of the regulars don't like hockey and don't like baseball and don't like NASCAR or may or may not like wrestling, then we need to see if we can get those people to show up when we do football. You know, but again, it's going to be up to you guys as well as the others to be able to make that transition happen. And if you guys are willing to make that happen, right, I'm willing to cut away from that other content. I don't have to do baseball or NASCAR or hockey. Like, even though I enjoy those things, right? If we're going to be able to make more donos and get more shares and more subs and more interaction, I would rather do NFL, because I feel when we do NFL or college football, we get the best interaction, and then, you know, we'll have just as good of a chance to get donos, because most people that donate on the hockey, baseball, NASCAR side are football and wrestling fans. It's not just some brand new person that we just met that just donates. And sometimes we meet those, like Mike in NASCAR, and every once in a while we'll meet someone out of the blue. But for as many games in baseball and hockey that I've done, and as many races that I've done for NASCAR, and we definitely have not gotten enough heavy hitters or goats to add to the other goats. It's like we had at one point like 10 goats. Now, you know, how many goats do we really have? You know, we're nowhere near 10, you know, and just the simple fact of certain goats, you know, if they have died or lost their job, you know, then it would be in, you know, a reality, you know, that, you know, likes, subs, donos, and support means even more, you know, than when we had those people around, you know. But I feel that some people don't realize that, you know, unless you just want me to, you know, continue to suffer and not being able to pay my bills, which would mean I wouldn't be able to stream, which means I have no channel, which means I have no room, which means that there is no Northwest Sports Fanatics. So remember that. If you do appreciate me and you appreciate what we have as a room, you know, more effort needs to be done by everyone. You know, otherwise, you know, this is, you know, I don't want it to be a waste of time. You know what I mean? And that's the simple facts. I always have to keep it 100, but you know, Sarah really is the only one that understands what we go through on a daily basis, you know, and especially when I'm grinding so hard, it's essentially working for free, you know. And when I say that, that's fucking reality, you know, that I'm essentially, you know, working for free, you know, paying back shit from 2022 that I'm still paying back. So all the donos that I get, people think, oh, look at O-Dog, he got a $300 dono, or oh, he got $25 here, you know. But at the end of the day, when all of that, you know, has to go to either Paisley or paying back taxes or paying back shit, like I literally don't get to see any of it. You know what I mean? So how would you feel if you had a dream and you're giving 150%, you know, and then you're grinding every single day and then you can't even survive? I mean, you know, how would that make you feel? I don't think a lot of people, or if you had a Jordan rookie worth $20,000 to $30,000 and you sacrificed it, and then you're getting the results that I'm getting, you know, you probably wouldn't be too happy yourself either, you know. But I'm not going to quit, and I'm going to keep grinding. But we definitely need to, you know, have better people, better support, and more consistency. So, you know, again, you know, if that ends up meaning doing football every day instead of doing these other things, you know, I'm willing to do it. But again, if we do decide that and then we get similar results or worse results, then we're going to have to go back to where we were. So thank you, Chief. And it's like, I don't expect to be rich. I don't expect, you know, to get 100 or 200 every stream. I don't have unrealistic expectations. But what I do expect is that if I spend an hour making a thumb and I take a lot of time and effort to do what I'm doing, right, with my knowledge and calling a game or doing a stream, right, you want to make sure that I'm getting what I'm worth. And I'm not going to settle for, you know, not getting what I'm worth. Like, what has to happen? I need to get sponsored, and then we get a bunch of more people in here, and then people start donating because now I'm on the map. You know what I mean? You got to be able to appreciate greatness even before greatness gets appreciated to me. You know what I mean? Just because, we're not epic and we're not super popular yet doesn't mean that we're not gonna be, but it all starts with you guys as well, and again, if you guys don't put the effort, what is going to make any newbie put effort? You guys have to look at it like that. This is a team effort. I can't do this by myself. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the algorithm loves me. You know what I mean? I've been grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding, right? Lots of haters out there, and we have something special here. Nobody likes, the hot takes in sports anymore. I mean, if you watch those shows, I mean, all it is going to make you dumber. And I think we are starting to slowly transition into more like knowledge and, non-biased, takes, but like I said, we need a team effort. So that way we can get more and more people and more support. Because again, if you're not getting the support from the GOATs and the mods and the heavy hitters, what is going to give any incentive to any newbie to donate 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, or 100 if the GOATs or the mods or the top dogs aren't? Unless you get that magical, genuine, amazing person that comes out of fucking nowhere that decides that they want to be able to invest in the channel and they have the money and then they stick around. You know what I mean? But how often is that going to happen? You know what I mean? Big facts. Thank you, Chief. What do you want to do for photos, bro? And I've already been talking with Sarah about this for a long time. I would rather do NFL streams or freestyle streams that have an NFL or college football theme to it. And then we show pictures and we can talk about, rap and pop culture and music. And, we can go over other sports while we do the football thing. We can always do that. But again, I have to be able to see the results for us to make that shift. Because a lot of times, for me doing Kraken and like Mariner games, do I really want to do those things all the time? No. But I do them because it gives us the best chance to be able to hit the donos. So that way I can fucking survive, and just because you end up having a bunch of people in the room, you could have 50 people in the room, 100 people in the room, but if nobody's donating, I can't survive. It's like, oh, look, I got 100 people in the room and we have no donos. I mean, how is that going to make anybody, feel? So, and like I said, this is a full-time job. This is not for fun. This is not a part-time job. I mean, this is my legacy. This is my life. I would die for this shit. This is like who I am, So realize, when you do show up and when you do support, that it's a lot bigger than you think. We're trying to be able to break through, in the sports world where you have all these fake and fugazi people that just like to argue and have horrible takes. The NFL fans and sports fans deserve at least one motherfucker on planet Earth that isn't like everyone else. And it's going to be, a thing where once we can gain ground, it'll be a snowball effect. But it's going to take everyone's effort for us to get to that point, like some of these other channels where they have a fake host or a fugazi person who's just popular, but they don't really know a whole lot. All they're doing is feeding off the popularity or the collabs that they have. But as far as football knowledge, and maybe they don't really have it. They're just playing to the people, and they're just biased, coming up with their little biased takes. But if you want biased takes, you can pretty much watch anyone on planet Earth, Big facts. Chief with the 20. I appreciate you, man. It means a lot. And like I said, if things weren't the way that they were, I wouldn't be going off like this. But I feel that for certain people that are in the room often and certain people that are in the room occasionally, like Chief, right? If you haven't been here in a while, you wouldn't know. You would be like, is it going great? Oh, you've been hitting $100, on every dono stream, or have you been hitting zeros? No one knows. Unless we talk about it, the only people that really know what's going on the fucking daily, in my life, based on the trials and tribulations is Sarah, and it sucks for me because I want to be able to give back. That's my number one thing. It's not about being rich. It's not about the subs. It's not about the views, and, obviously I need donos to survive, but it's about the legacy, and being able to have that, right? But if I can't get supported, that means I can't support her. I want to be able to give away free jerseys. I want to be able to give away free slides. I want to be able to give away free T-shirts. I want to be able to give Sarah, like $50 worth of merch every month for her hard work. When we're grinding it out and then we hit a fucking zero, and we grind it out again and hit a fucking zero, and then grind it out again and hit a fucking zero. But I can't afford to give anybody anything when I can't even fucking survive myself. So that's what hurts me the most, is when I get someone that's dedicated, that deserves the world for the effort that they put on, like with Sarah. But I can't, I used to be able to afford to be able to give back, but I can't anymore. I can barely even fucking survive. I mean, you tell me, how you would be able to survive off a couple dollars a week. You can't. So something to keep in mind, when people say, I can't do this, I can't do that, anytime you've ever lived off Top Ramen, or if you've lived off, very, very tough conditions, you can make shit work. People got money. It just depends on if they decide to be able to support you or not. That's the bottom line. Big facts. I appreciate you, man. But that's the thing that hurts me the most, that I can't give back, to like people, with the support that they've done, or, someone like Sarah with the lead mod position, and we've had Elliot step up and Matt step up, here and there, but, things need to be addressed. Calvin in the building, what's good? But that's what I kind of try to, be able to tell Sarah, the harder that you work, to be able to try to be able to hit a number. It's not just getting a number for me. Well, at the end of the day, the harder you work and the more that we can get on the dono side means that that's more that I can give you back for your hard work and effort. You know what I mean? No one wants to work hard, and then feel like, we're not getting what we deserve. And a lot of lead mods and mods for other channels don't get shit. A lot of times they're just happy being a fucking mod for that particular host. But everyone deserves to be appreciated. Everyone deserves to say, good job. Everyone deserves to, get those kudos. But I can only do so much myself. We're going to need a collective effort. So, Chief, what do you want to do for photos? But again, it's like I said, it's a team effort, and I feel that a lot of the people, once they saw, certain people that have died or passed away, or certain people that lost their job and haven't come back to this channel on a regular basis, then it's like, oh, I'll just wait for the next person to do it. I'll wait for the next person. But if everyone's got that mentality, I'll just wait for the next person to donate. I'll wait for the next person to share. I'll wait for the next person to do this dono. And no one's going to fucking do it. And then we're just going to be in a fucking hole. At some point we need leaders, not followers. There's a lot of sheep that are out on the internet, and a lot of sheep that follow a lot of the channels that are out there. We need fucking leaders. We don't need sheep. We don't need followers, and not everyone is designed to be a leader. You know what I mean? But everyone has leadership, tendencies and leadership qualities, whether they know it or not. It just depends if you want to be a leader or a follower. Big facts. What you got going on free agency, Calvin? You got anybody that you want to talk about? Or anybody that the Saints are looking at in free agency? We've already gone down quite a list already with players, but if there's anybody that you want to discuss, that you want, or that maybe the Saints have their eyes on, either keeping a player or getting rid of a player. Obviously got rid of Marcus May. I already knew that wasn't going to work out for you guys. But we went over Kirk Cousins, a little bit of Justin Fields, obviously all those rumors with the Steelers or the Falcons, Baker Mayfield, as well as Mike Evans, and decided to go in with the Caleb Williams and some of the draft pick talk, right, with Drake May and Jaden Daniels and J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr., Saquon. And then we had a person that came in that has donated one time last year, but was working out and noticed that we were doing NFL and decided to throw us a $5 dono, which was very nice of him. So we appreciate that. So I had to throw up some Mizzou photos. Then we ended up going in with Dalton Schultz. Potential good fits for him. Spida Burns. Patrick Queen. L'Jarius Sneed, Cameron Curl, which most people don't know who the fuck is, and then Russell Wilson. Anything that you want to be able to go over? Is that who you want? Or is that who they're targeting, supposedly? That's awesome. And, I told you, regardless, if people react to your stuff or not, I will always like your stuff and I will always support your stuff no matter what it is, unless it ends up being some like dumbass comment. Like the only dumb tweet that you've ever done that needs to be deleted was the Jackson Mahomes one. Jackson Mahomes is not even worth a tweet on X or a share, because anything negative towards him, everyone already knows he's an idiot. So just being able to bring up a photo and saying how much of an idiot he is, that's not worth, to be on your thing. So if that's still on your timeline, I would delete it. But everything else has been money, whether it's Oregon Duck or wide receiver related, and I will always support you. And I'm glad that you decided to, go that route, and that way you can kind of, express some of the knowledge that you have with route running with wide receivers and tight ends. And again, like I said, it'll prepare you once you get a microphone, better internet, and a computer that if we end up doing duck games that you can hop on with me as long as you get all those things lined up. But, keep doing you and I'll keep supporting you. That's how it's supposed to go. I support you, you support me. It's not just a one-sided relationship. Odin Sun in the building. What's good? How are you? Nice to see some of the Chief fans come through. Rebuild to the core. I agree. And delusional that they can win with Carr with the old-ass roster. I agree. That's why, with the Saints fans, like me and Elliot get along, and I get along with you. The thing is like we still love our Bucks and we still love the Saints, but we're not stupid. Like, you know what I mean? We can read between the lines. We know when we're good. We know when we're bad. We know when we like a player on the other team, even though that we were diehard Bucks or diehard Saints, we can keep it real with like greatness. And we can also keep it real when players aren't good. When some people in the fan base are, giving them a free pass because they're just a Saint player or a Buck player. No. When we know a player is good, right? You can have a conversation, but sometimes, you can definitely tell certain people think they know football and they don't know shit. You know what I mean? Like football is much deeper, than just playing that and watching games on Sundays. Big facts. But I feel a lot of the things that we go over, even though that we're rival fans, that we think very similar. And when we think that, certain position group or players or ass juice, the ass juice is flowing because we already know we're in that same boat. We can say that about both of our players, or we both can talk about the Saints because I'm not biased. I don't have to talk down about Saints players, Panther players, or Falcons players to make myself feel good. I don't need to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I can keep it real, But I totally agree. What's good, brother? What's good, baby? What kind of photos do you guys want? And again, I'll just a quick recap. And if we can get results, kind of like this on the daily, we'll have to have something that we can talk about, but we can just have like a theme, like free agency fits or whatever, and just hang out and talk NFL and college football. And then if it just so happens that we want to talk about hockey or NASCAR or baseball, fine, but if we can hit numbers, get good participation, have people show up, right, and get good donos, I will transition and eliminate hockey, baseball, and NASCAR, not all together, but have that take a step back and then get back to doing NFL and like freestyle streams. But again, it all depends on the effort that we can get from the people that are in the room. So a quick recap for Odin and for Calvin, two of my favorites. So we went over Kirk Cousins already, possible fits. Justin Fields, Baker Mayfield, and Mike Evans. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., Saquon Barkley. And we had a fan that normally just listens but doesn't chat that donated once last year and then decided that was working out and noticed I was doing NFL and decided to throw a $5 dono, which was very surprising. I thought it was his first dono to me, but it was his maybe second or third dono, but it looks like he's donating about once a year. But with that being said, I'll take it. You know, anytime you can get a dono from someone that normally doesn't dono, that helps the cause, right? And he's a Mizzou fan, as you can see with the Mizzou photos. Then we did Dalton Schultz, Brian Spida Burns, Patrick Queen, and we just did L'Jarius Sneed. And obviously we know Chris Jones, you know, is the man, and obviously that's a must re-sign. You can definitely let him go and get a draft pick like Trent McDuffie and go that route, like with Ward, you know, like you did before. You know, but obviously Sneed is going to want money, and he was money for the team. And again, you know, to go from a top, 15 defense to top 5 to top 2, you're going to need certain pieces. Even though Chris Jones, you might only have a couple sacks, 2.5 in 19 playoff games, you still need him on the roster. And hopefully L'Jarius Sneed comes back, but if not, it's not the end of the world. You can win a Super Bowl or an AFC championship game without him. And if he's going to go for the bag, right, the Detroit Lions obviously are going to have money. And if you're the Detroit Lions, I can't think of two better people to add to the squad to try to make the Super Bowl. A and B. And if you got Aiden Hutchinson and Spida Burns on the other side, and then you get a little bit of stability on the back end, woo! Could be something. And I know Panther fans don't really want to let Spida Burns go, and Chiefs fans do not want Sneed to go. But again, you've already gone down this route once, and if you have to draft another one, you guys will. And it might not be as good as Sneed right away, but if McDuffie can step up while another corner is waiting in the wings, you guys have already proven you can win under many circumstances. No Tyreek, you're not going to win. You did, right? The only team that's been able to beat you is my Buccaneers, right? That's it. So, no Tyreek, you can't win. They did. Oh, Bieniemy, he's gone. Juju's gone, right? The team doesn't look the same. Still won. And it was completely different. It's like top 5 offense, top 5 offense, top 5 offense, top 15, top 15, top 15, defense. And then it flip-flopped. And then all of a sudden the offense went top 15, defense went top 5 as high as number 1, number 2, and defense wins games, defense wins championships. And Patrick Mahomes changed his game like Jordan. Instead of going deep to Tyreek, he never goes deep anymore because there's not really anyone to go deep to. So a lot of it is just intermediate routes and handing the ball off, to Pacheco and McKinnon. And every once in a while he'll go deep, but the game's changed. And it shows you Patrick Mahomes has been able to clone, and that's why I nicknamed him the clone a long time ago, the clone Mahomes, because he can clone himself to be a different type of quarterback based off the situation. And, there's not a lot of guys that are going to be on that Patrick Mahomes level. I mean, right now, to me, the only guy that's even close is Joe Burrow. Jalen Hurts, he'll have moments, but if his team isn't good, he might not be able to match that production throughout, the whole year. And now you don't have Kelsey up front, so a lot of question marks, right? But we still think Jalen Hurts, for the most part, is still a top 5, top 6 quarterback. Josh Allen, top 5, top 6. Joe Burrow, top 5, top 6 if he can stay healthy. Jalen Hurts, top 5, top 6. And then Lamar, top 5, top 6. Justin Herbert, we assume Justin Herbert's stat line will go up with Harbaugh, depending who they have as running back and if they can get over that injury bug. That's the quarterback that might be able to go the highest in the trajectory, that normally was considered, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then if Herbert can actually get some injuries to go away and have good coaching with Harbaugh and a good running back that doesn't get hurt, possibly Justin Herbert could go from being 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 rank, and maybe Justin Herbert could be ranked top 5 quarterback at some point before his career is over. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but he's got a better chance now with Harbaugh, to kind of fix the problems they have, but they can't fix the injuries, but they can fix the play calling and the clock management and the situational football that we know. Anthony Lynn, trash. And we obviously know Staley, trash. So this is the first time they've had a good coach since Marty Schottenheimer. So big facts. I love you, and I appreciate you. Yeah. That's who you want. Okay, so that's who you want to target. Is there anybody else that you want to target? Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, offensive lineman, D tackles. Is there anyone else that you are looking to target in free agency? And also, who are you looking at in the draft? Because I haven't got a chance to talk to you about that just yet. And I do respect your opinion. You're probably one of the only two people, as far as like Saints fans, that are hardcore, diehard, that actually understand the game and that aren't overly biased, that we can actually have a conversation. And even if you're critical of certain things, right, I can be critical too, and we're going to be real. And sometimes being critical, people are going to be like, oh, that guy's being an asshole, or that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But if you actually listen to what we're saying, I mean, based on how we follow the teams, we're going to have as good of an insight as anybody. So. Exactly. That's why I wanted you to make the playoffs last year, not the Buccaneers, because the whole division is the worst division in football. Winning the division, it doesn't mean anything. All it means is we're the number one pretender in the playoffs, whether it be the Saints or the Buccaneers. And I know you feel me with that. It's like at this point, like you're the number one biggest loser. Like you made the playoffs, but no one believes you're going to do anything. And that's why it's kind of crazy that we even beat the Eagles. But the Eagles, it shows you they had more talent than the Buccaneers, but they were discombobulated as a team. And if you're not a real team and you have problems in different areas with coaching and leadership, then you can have a team like the Eagles look like a 10-1 team, start having cracks and chinks in the armor, and then not even being able to beat the fucking Buccaneers in the playoffs, Sad, huh? Oh my gosh. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. It's been really, really rough. We had a 0, a 0, a 1, and then even a stream that I had to delete off the timeline because, I don't want to have that on the timeline, with, 100 people or less and then no donos. It's just not a good look. So it's been very, very challenging. And, thank you so much, man. You have no idea, because like I said, from the people that have died, the people that have lost their jobs and, haven't come back, on a regular basis, we need people to, set the example more and more. And I get it. Life is hard. Jobs are hard. Money can be tight, but for people that have a $500 to $1,000 a week type of job, imagine being me, sacrificing a Jordan rookie, and then, 3 or 4 days have passed and you're at 30 cents, or like 50 cents, like how am I supposed to fucking survive, off $0, $1? I can't pay bills. After $1 in a dono, what is that after YouTube? 50 cents? So I grinded, for 4 hours for 50 cents. I mean, I don't know about you, but I imagine you guys wouldn't feel too good about that either. So, but I do really appreciate you. And Odin has been a godsend. He's always supported, even when he's had no money to really support, whether that means sacrificing, going to a concert, sacrificing a toy for his kid, sacrificing maybe this bill at this particular time just to make sure that we're okay. That shit does not go unnoticed. That shit, I mean, that's why with the people that are a big part of this channel, you're on a very high level with me. And like I said, it might have started off as, fans, and then it turned into friends, and then it turned into a brotherhood, and it's more than that, and it's family. And, we were almost family before anyone else. You were the first person to donate big to me before anyone else did. And we were, you were calling the family structure even before I was. You saw the light at the end of the tunnel. You knew the connection that we had with wrestling and football and just who we are as people. And, you never wavered, and I really, really do appreciate that. Not only the support, but the friendship. And it really does mean a lot. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. He's going to be awesome. Alt is going to be a really damn good player. If you want me to be able to throw up some Notre Dame players, just type them in the chat, whatever you want, and I got you. Thank you so so much, man. And I still need Chief to throw up some stuff as well. R.I.P. Virgil. I heard many stories, just like Sarah and Odin have, and a lot of you all in the room and other people on Twitter /X, that he was an asshole after wrestling. Kind of rude, trying to push people to buy his autograph because he needed money so bad, you know, instead of being like friendly, kind of like pushy and rude. But again, I've heard some good stories with some other former wrestlers. Most of the horror stories I've heard are from fans that have met him. And I've also heard some horror stories from other wrestlers that they just didn't get along. But I also have heard some pretty cool stories about him as well. $1 Million Man, Virgil, R.I.P. We'll throw a photo of him as well. Nice. I like those as well. And I know early on when I told you, you know, with the wide receivers and the tight ends that you had that weren't good enough, and anytime you end up drafting guys, you know, like Alec Pierce or Jelani Woods, you know, you have hope, you know. But again, for people that have been evaluating talent since the 80s, you know, I think even you knew deep down that it wasn't going to work, but you just want to give it that little faith that maybe that they're going to be good enough. But once you realize you have to have Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison type of talent, Dallas Clark, or it's not going to work. You know, you want AR to have guys like Jonathan Taylor, not guys that are worse than him. So once you start realizing the standard that you need to have to be successful, then you understand that those role players are expendable. And the role player that ends up staying as the third or fourth receiver has to step up. He's not going to be as athletic or talented as some of the top two guys, but you need that guy to at least put up good stats to be on the team. And I knew right away Pierce wasn't good enough, Woods wasn't good enough, you know. And again, you still got a ways to go, but I like the direction that the team is going. And like I said, I'm a big fan of AR. You know, I like what he has going on, but we just got to make sure that he understands that he can't play like Cam Newton his whole career. Otherwise, his career will be shortened. So if that means, you know, taking a sack lunch or throwing the ball away and not throwing pick sixes, but just throwing it out of bounds, you know, even sometimes if it looks prematurely and some of the fans get pissed, that's better than a pick six, and that's better than getting hit, you know. And if you can come to terms with that and he can get smarter as a player, you know, then that means that the Colts are going to have a better chance to make an AFC championship game in the next 5 to 10 years if they can build off that. Big facts. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I see Pete for WWE Hall of Fame and Joe Alt to Casey. Epic pick, baby. What are the Chiefs websites saying with that? And thank you so much. You know, and again, even like Sarah, like I was telling you, you know, donos feed off other donos. And just imagine, right? And, you know, like I said, support is based off other support. Even if it's something as simple as donating $1 within the first hour, that gets us going. Imagine if you didn't donate the $1, then oh boy, might have not donated the $5. Then maybe Chief maybe doesn't come and he doesn't donate. And then maybe Odin doesn't. So you have to realize no matter the amount, even if it's 99 cents, that shit matters. It starts us and gets us going. And even though it may look like the day is going to be terrible and we're only going to hit $1, you know, or $0, right? If you start it early, you know, you never know who's going to show up and where it might snowball. You know, dono trains have to start from somewhere. And the longer you go, you know, with nothing, it's going to be hard for someone just to automatically show up and save the day like Cyberpunk or Odin's son or Chief will Chief. So it shows you, even something as small as $1, people notice. Then you get someone that has only donated one other time, and last time they donated was in 2023. Somehow, some way he was watching, then he donated. But if you didn't do your $1, it probably wouldn't have happened. So I really appreciate, you know, you guys and girls for getting it going. Because honestly, I don't know if my mental health could have taken another low stream day to go from a $1 deleted stream, 0 and a 0. I mean, it's hard enough to be able to do this, you know, full time. But when you get 3 zeros in a row, you know, when you're sitting at the sub count that I am, it definitely hurts my heart and it fucks with my mentals, and I know that it's going to get better. But again, if you have mental health and you have depression and you have anxiety, the last thing that I needed is to have another day of, $5 or less, and then it's like, then that might have affected if I would have, streamed tomorrow, so sometimes people don't realize it's not only, to help us pay bills and to take care of Paisley so I can continue the dream, but to get me out of my depression and my anxiety. So that way, now moving forward, based on what, Odin and Sarah and Chief and that other individual did today, that's going to help me get through the next 3 or 4 days based on what you did today. But if all of that shit didn't happen, who knows if I stream tomorrow? Who knows if my mood is even good enough on Monday? How many days can I go with 0 before it affects me? So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. And again, doing NFL streams is my favorite thing to do, but the only reason that we went away from doing those and doing hockey and baseball and NASCAR is support. So if we can get more people to show up and we can get more support and more interaction, I don't mind doing NFL, almost every day. But again, I just need to be able to see it and then we can make the change. So thank you so much, man. If I had to guess, on a scale of 1 to 10, if we were going to hit goal today, I would have said it would have been a 0 because, I knew doing NFL might be able to attract some people that aren't into hockey or NASCAR or baseball. But again, sometimes people are busy. And I was going to do this stream yesterday, but I honestly was too depressed to do it. And I wasn't mentally ready to do it. And I didn't want to come in here just sad and depressed and I can't give my all, so that's why we had to delay the stream from yesterday to today. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Joe Alt. All right. 100%. I actually saw some interviews of New Jack too, how they offered him a spot in the Nation of Domination, but he's like, if I got to be behind Farouk, fuck that. So I understand why New Jack rejected, that idea, of, and plus it was better for New Jack and Mustafa to be hardcore in ECW. I think it was better for his legacy to go off, 2, flights of stairs, to jump off a balcony into 10 fucking tables on top of a guy on fire. You wouldn't have been able to do that in WWE. So. Yes, I agree. Daddy? Yeah, but the thing is, you say that, but you do more than 99% of people on the channel. You show up, you support, we have good conversations, we look out for each other outside of the streams. And even though there's, some times where you can't, right? You still find a way to do it. When other people say, oh, I can't do it, right? But then, you'll dig deep and you'll find a way. That's the difference between everyone else and you. You know what I mean? That you find a way, even though it doesn't look like you're going to be able to find a way. And then if you can't do it at this particular time, you'll definitely, take care of me when you can. And I appreciate that very, very much. I mean, like I said, even Paisley's dog food, costs like $80 to $83. And normally I don't get too concerned. But again, when you hit like a 0 and a 0 and a 0, it fucks with you. It would fuck with me if I had 20 subs, 20,000 or 200,000. It's just, again, if I had a secondary job or 2 jobs like I used to, then it's not a big deal. But when this is like the whole income, it's, it's different. People have to realize that too. All right, let me throw up some photos for you. But thank you, man. Hold on, Paisley. Here, I'm going to get a couple, even if Chief was not in the room anymore, let me get a couple photos for him too, for the Chiefs players. And then we'll go into some ICP. We'll go into some Virgil. and then some Joe Alt go there as well. Appreciate you, man. You're a blessing. Like, no lie. And again, for some of the people that don't come here that often, they don't know how things are going. They might think everything is just going great. I mean, one thing it does show me, is like who really does care, and who doesn't. There's some people that I would check up on Twitter, X, or on socials, just to check up on them. You know what I mean? But then when you get to a point when they don't even check up on you at all, and you know what I'm saying? Like, at all, at some point you have to give up, and I'm not going to keep, fucking pursuing someone if they're not even going to, check up on me at all, not even once. Over like a year period or a 6-month period. It's like you could have a tough situation where, you end up losing your job and, you have people from this channel that care about a certain individual. But again, if I'm reaching out, and then you don't even reach out, at some point, even as much as I love you or like you, I might have to stop because what you know what I mean? It's like you don't even give a shit about me. You don't even know, what's going on in my life. You know what I mean? Regardless if you donated, back then, whatever dollar amount, you know what I mean? It's like, you definitely can tell, who is, in your corner and who isn't. So. Yeah. And again, I don't want a bunch of fake fans. I don't want to be, this popular thing and I all of a sudden just be fake. And I come up with a bunch of fake opinions, fake takes, and I just be like everybody else, and just argue with everybody and just have horrible takes and, say that Dak Prescott's the best quarterback in the NFL, even if I don't believe it. And then, because that's what people like to be able to do. They just want to be able to argue and do this and that. But I feel like sports talk doesn't really run that way anymore, and we just need to be able to keep grinding it out so that way that people know that there's at least one channel out there that isn't like everyone else. But I appreciate you, man, not only for the dollar amount and showing up, but just for my mental health. I'll be honest, I don't know where my mental health would have been if we would have hit a 0 again on this stream or like $1. That would have fucking crushed me. I mean, I still would have got past it, but I probably wouldn't have been able to stream tomorrow if we would have, gotten, bad support today. So. Blazers just beat the Grizzlies, which isn't saying a whole lot, but we'll take it. Joe Alt, Jackson Powers, a nice little combo there. I love me offensive line too. And it's like every year you can count on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish probably having someone special too. Just like how Notre Dame, gets a lot of athletic players at running back, wide receiver, and tight end, and some defensive players, right? And with Iowa with their tight ends, Notre Dame's got those offensive linemen. Jamal Charles here real quick. Let me hit some thank yous up here real quick too. just had to hit Chief with one. Just sent you a message on text message as well. All right, let me delete some of these photos. On a cool collage. Let me see if I can format it for Chief and Odin real quick here, and we'll get some more Notre Dame and Virgil, and we'll do all that. Oh, that one didn't format very well. Too blurry. Hold up. Yeah, I've always liked them. You know, personally, I even had a Notre Dame Fighting Irish starter jacket when I was a kid. So, but back then, you know, it's like I had a Notre Dame Fighting Irish starter jacket. I had a Charlotte Hornet one for like Alonzo Mourning and Larry Johnson and Muggsy Bogues and that. I had sweatshirts that I would wear, you know, to play with the kids in the neighborhood, and I would get them all muddy. And I had a Notre Dame one, a Michigan one for football back then, and then I even had a Washington Huskies one when I was 9 when they won the co-championship, you know, with the U back then in like 91. But I was like, I need as many sports sweatshirts that I can, and that was like before my Duck love, you know, because obviously my love for the Ducks didn't really happen till a little bit later, you know, when like early teens, you know, mid-teens. But when I was like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, you know, years old, yeah, I mean, like I said, I definitely would rock, you know, the Husky sweatshirt and the Michigan and the Notre Dame, and yeah, I mean that was it in football back then. The Ducks weren't good back then, so. Oh, it's going to be a beast. Most people don't realize how big Alt is. When you look at him on TV, he looks like he's 6'6" to 6'8", and then you realize, holy shit, he's 6'8". I mean, the only thing better is if he was 6'9", but I mean, again, when you're tall like that, you have to have good legs, good ankles, good footwork, and sometimes if you get too tall, you end up getting beat, on the line. But if you have good center of gravity, good, your butt and your legs are proportionate to your body, and you don't weigh too much, right? You can have something like a 6'8", 322 that could possibly turn into a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, possible Hall of Fame type of player. Oh yeah, Johnny Football. Would have been crazy to see Johnny on the Ducks, but again, Mariota was so much better, so he already knew that I got to go. He knew that it wasn't going to work out. But maybe we could have saved his career and his life from partying, but Oregon is known for a lot of partying too. So even though at A&M, he was doing his partying and hanging out in Dallas, there still was a lot probably going on in Oregon too for him to get in trouble. But I think that he would have had better teammates and coaches around him that maybe that we would have been able to slow him down a little bit. And honestly, doing like NFL and college football and then just freestyling is so much more enjoyable. And I mean, I don't mind if I have to go a little bit longer with the stream, rather than doing like 2 hours and 30 minutes for a hockey game or a baseball game. We get little support and then I just end the stream, either irritated or whatever, depending on if the team won or lost or if we had a good day, dono-wise or not. But, if we can get back to our roots, whoop, whoop. And do like football freestyle streams with a topic like this, and then we can end up, getting people to show up, football and wrestling fans if they don't care about NASCAR or baseball or hockey. And it's like, I don't know, for me, it's like, I like hockey and I like baseball, but it's like, I don't have to do it every day. I can always watch it on the side. I honestly think that sometimes I like NASCAR the most over baseball and even hockey, even though I love hockey and I love baseball, but there's just something about the cars and the trucks. Like I ended up seeing that brother that won the trucks last night, driving the Napa, no how, right? And it's only the third black guy to win in trucks ever. Bubba was one, and then they had an original OG brother that won it like in the 50s or 60s, and he was racing good. And I enjoy watching the trucks because I enjoy Michael Waltrip on commentary. I like the commentary for racing a lot, and I think that's why I like it more than hockey and baseball. Even though I like hockey and baseball, I like it up there. Like if I had to scale 1 to 10, hockey and baseball are going to be a 9, but NASCAR is up there with wrestling and football with a 10. And like I said, I enjoy Xfinity. I ended up watching a little bit of that, and I like NASCAR Cup. I don't know. It's just the sound of the cars, the announcers, the sponsorship, the teammates, the brands, the strategy, and the locations, and then having something to watch on Sundays that fills my need for football. I think that's why I like it, because basketball is on all the time, hockey's on all the time, baseball is on the time, and I feel that we take those for granted because there's so long of a season that I appreciate football, college football. 17, 18 weeks, 17 games, 11, 12, 13 games in college, 20, 30 races and NASCAR, it's less. And when you have less means more. Like I was thinking, if this stream actually ended up being okay, that maybe I would do NASCAR tomorrow, even if we got a rough turnout. It's like that maybe I'll just watch NASCAR on my own, but on every Sunday, I'm going to be watching NASCAR, and sometimes I'll be watching it on Friday and Saturday too. I love it that much. Like, when we had Mike, in the room, like I have that same kind of love for NFL, college football, and wrestling. NASCAR is up there. But again, the reason I didn't follow it, I followed it heavy when I was a kid, stopped for about 10 years because I didn't have anyone to talk to about it. And then obviously started this channel and then found a couple of y'all that actually like it, either lower than me, the same level as me, or more than me. And then, but again, NASCAR support on YouTube isn't very good overall. Like when I went and did the Daytona stream, I even looked up to see how many people were in the other streams, and all the streams were struggling. So I don't know what it is about NASCAR, if it's the time that it's on, because it's on too early. But if all NASCAR races were on like at 4 p.m. or later, I think the viewership would be better. And normally the viewership on the races that are later, like Daytona at night, is going to be a hell of a lot better than me doing a race in the morning. I feel like the time slots for NASCAR are terrible. They're on 11 in the morning, 12, 1, 2. That's too fucking early. It may not be early for football, but for NASCAR, I feel it's, a lot of those people are just getting drunk and they're just yelling at the TV. They don't have a computer open, hanging out with the boys like here, Whoop, whoop. But I still want to do Mariners, but again, I don't want to do, 5 Mariner games and get 0 in donos. Like I said, baseball, I don't know what it is about streaming. It just feels like NFL and wrestling fans support, and then everyone else doesn't. It's like NASCAR, no. Hockey, depending on if they're a football fan or not. But it seems like it all stems back. If you like football and you like wrestling, chances are if I do a baseball, hockey, or NASCAR stream, you may not be a fan of just that, but chances are you're a fan of wrestling or football. And then the dono comes from that. Like, it's very rare to be able to find someone that's just going to be brand new like Mike, that even though he has love for Alabama and football, but he ended up finding us through the NASCAR. So, hopefully we can find more people like Mike, to come through. Whoop, whoop. Judah in the building. What's good? Duncan in the building. What's good? Well, we've been going at it for about, almost 4 hours now. So we went over many, many topics. You can go back and, go back through the show if you like. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But we went over many, many pieces with the Kirk Cousins, to the Mike Evans, to the Baker Mayfield, to the Spider Burns, to the Chris Jones, to L'Jarius Sneed, and many, many other pieces as well. Dalton Schultz. We went over many, many players, and there was more players that I wanted to go over, but I figured I would wait for people to come through and kind of go that route. So I love it, man. Whatever it's, NASCAR side or dirt biking, but just like the wrecks are so big. The cautions don't bother me one bit. And I just love the speed, the sound, and the wrecks. And I just love everything that NASCAR is. I fucking love it. You know what I mean? Even more than the Kraken, sometimes even more than the Mariners, believe it or not. And you know how diehard I am for Mariners. So for me to say that I like NASCAR sometimes even more than Kraken or Mariners, that's saying a fucking lot. And, football and wrestling are always going to be at the top, but I find myself being more interested in NASCAR than hockey and baseball sometimes. So. All right, let's get a virtual photo up here. First thing it comes up with a virtual Van Dyck. WWE remembers Michael Jones, Virgil. And I also think that our month kind of got fucked up a little bit because when we had the Australia pay-per-view, I look forward to that pay-per-view more than almost anything all month. because it gives us once a month to hang out and watch wrestling together, regardless if we have 5, 10, 15, 20 people in the room. And I got robbed of that. I still watched it that morning later when I woke up, but I didn't get to watch it with you guys. And I really cherish those streams where we can actually watch the pay-per-view together. And now it's too late to do like a rewatch of the pay-per-view. I mean, I knew if we could end up getting 5 or 10 people to watch it together and, watch it on Peacock and start it at the same time. But again, it's like 4 hours long. We would have to fast forward. It's already been a few weeks. The time has already come and gone. You know what I mean? But I feel like my month kind of got fucked up by not having, that time with you guys. And it's not like I'm buying the fucking AEW pay-per-view, because AEW is not in a good spot right now. And I'm like probably one of the biggest AEW supporters on the fucking channel, on the fucking planet. But again, at least I can admit when things are good and when things aren't good, And I feel that like AEW right now is not in a good place. I mean, WWE is king right now, and I have no problem saying that. I got a lot of memories of Virgil and the $1 Million Man. It's like my childhood. But again, also too, it all depends on how old you are. And I think that's a big reason why me and Sarah and Odin vibe, because we're the closest in age out of everybody. If you're 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, if you're 38 to 42, or even let's go 41. If you're 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Yeah, if you're like I said, if you're 38 to 44, but primarily like 38 to 42, and you're in that 4-year range span, that means you grew up with everything that I grew up with. So. What's up, Judah? How are you, bro? All right, I gotta check up on Paisley. I'm gonna see how she is doing. I still need to go take her for a walk. But again, when we do NFL, college football, or wrestling, I feel that when we do 3, 4, 5-hour streams, it goes by a lot faster and it's more enjoyable. It goes by, 4 or 5 hours, yes, but it kind of feels like 1 or 2. And I feel that we can get a lot of conversation done. But when I end up doing like basketball or hockey or NASCAR or baseball, the interaction sometimes is good, sometimes it's not. Sometimes we have people show up, sometimes we don't. So if we can get to a point where we could do, more like NFL topics and then freestyle, because again, the only reason that I end up doing hockey or baseball or NASCAR or basketball is, normally to give us the chance to be able to hit goal, but again, if we're not going to be able to hit goal, and we're not going to get support, and we're going to get a similar type of support or more, on the people in the room and the donos by just doing, freestyle streams. And I don't mind, going that route. I actually prefer, talking about the NFL and college football. Now, do I enjoy doing the Mariners and doing the Kraken and doing NASCAR and basketball? I can enjoy it. But again, if I'm going to be doing 4 hours and we're going to be at a 0, I'm not enjoying it. I'm not enjoying getting a 0 doing a baseball game. I'm not enjoying a 0 doing a hockey game. You know what I mean? It takes, it eliminates the fun that I have out of it, when you're not getting support, so. Yeah. You know, it all depends on the topic, you know, and if we can have a team kind of aspect of things, you know. And again, it has to be something I like. I know Judah wants me to do NBA, but I hate it, bro. And a lot of people on the channel don't like it either. You know, it's just not, I won't enjoy it. Like, even if I was getting donos on it, it would probably be the only sport that I could get donos, and I would absolutely hate it. You know what I mean? Because the state of the game is terrible. It's really hard to watch an NBA game from beginning to end. I don't care who it is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be going to a Blazer game with my boy Justin on next Saturday, you know, so there won't be a stream on Saturday. But I feel that once you've watched 80s and 90s basketball now is ruined for me. You know, I can't watch it. That's you know what I mean? But again, you don't really understand how YouTube works. You know, you're like, oh, the New York Knicks, they got 800 people in this room or 80 people in here. The thing is being able to get 20, 30, 40, 50 people in the room every day is not as easy, you know, as people think. You know what I mean? So you may love basketball and you're on the East Coast, but a lot of us don't like it. It's just not good. I mean, of course, we follow everything here. We do, you know, we do basketball, baseball, football, hockey, college football, wrestling, AEW, WWE. But if you ask most people on the channel, if there's one thing, you know, that we could skip, it would be basketball. You know, I feel it's the least enjoyable. You might enjoy it, you know, if you're like a Boston Celtic fan, because you got a team that's actually pretty fucking good and has some history. But if most people that are out there, you know, they don't enjoy it, it's not a good product. It's nowhere near as enjoyable from, you know, the 80s and 90s. There's not enough superstars. They do too much load management. People don't play. You know, there's no defense. Centers are shooting threes. You know, it just, I don't know. It's really hard to be able to watch a full game. Now, can I watch like a quarter here and there or whatever? But yeah, but am I doing them right now? Am I doing them right now? No. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? The NBA is terrible. I'm glad that there's at least one person on planet Earth that still loves the NBA, and you, Judah. But I'm telling you, I mean, there's not a lot of people, unless you're, you know, a fan of a good team. If you're a fan of the Milwaukee Bucks, yeah, you're a fan. If you're a fan of the Boston Celtics, oh, you're a fan. If you're a fan of the Lakers or the Warriors, oh, you're a fan. If you're a bandwagon fan of the Nuggets or of Luka, or a bandwagon fan of anybody else, you know, of a superstar player, fine. But for everybody else that isn't a fan of one of the top teams in the league, you know, I don't know. It's not for me, man. Well, I'm glad you're a fan, so you can watch all the NBA, or a majority of the fans on this channel will not. So, you know, it's just not worth it, man. It's not enjoyable. You know what I mean? But again, it depends on how much basketball you watch in the 80s and 90s, and you compare it to the superstars and the game that's going on now. So I'm happy that you love it. At least someone loves it out there, you know, but I don't love it. You know, it's you know, it's kind of sad where it used to be my favorite thing, but now I would rather watch NASCAR, baseball, and hockey a billion times more. You know, I would rather even watch March Madness over basketball. So the offense is on point because they don't play defense. You get guys that aren't even playing D, you know. But I guess if that's what you like to watch, then, you know, so be it. So. But if we did a poll on this channel, Judah, you might be the only one that enjoys NBA. No joke. Like, you know, if we had like all our regulars on here, there'd probably be like, out of like, you know, 40 people, I think we would probably have 5 or less. Well, have you watched basketball in the 80s and 90s? You're old enough, right? So to go from Magic, and to go from Bird, and to go from Jordan, and then even to Iverson and Kobe, to go to the players that we have now, no defense, shitty coaching, right? Everyone shoots threes. No one is held accountable. All the superstars sit out when they have a hangnail. It's just the product of the game that is on. It's not that good. I mean, like, yeah, you got Wemby. If you're a fan of Wemby, you know, and you want to see what Wemby's doing, you know, or something of that nature, you know what I mean? But the NBA game at one point in the 80s and 90s was just as good, if not better, than football, baseball, or hockey. You could argue NBA might have been number one or close to the top, you know, in the 80s and 90s. But now, you know, and this is just me being real after watching game, and there's times where I'm watching games, you know, where I'll watch, you know, Blazers, or I'll watch other teams just to see if I can sit through it, to see if it's enjoyable. But another reason why the NBA sucks is their announcers suck too. They might have the worst announcers. You know, you still get bang, you'll still get Breen, and you'll get some guys. Besides the actual TNT pre-show with like Shaq and Barkley, that's good. That's one of the best, like with Kenny the Jet Smith, and you know, you got those 4 guys right there with Ernie. That is probably one of the best groups in sports overall. That clique of 4 guys. But I'm talking about announcers and watching the games. A lot of them aren't very good. And if I don't have a good announcer, well, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be excited about the game. I need to be able to have people that pronounce the names right. I need to be able to have people that know what they're talking about and have a good chemistry. And I just feel that the NBA game is lacking so many things. But again, it all depends on how much film have you watched. I've been watching stuff since 85, and I probably got more film in on games than anybody, you know, based on everything that I've watched in my life, because that's what I do. And that's what I've been doing for my whole life. All I do is watch games, read articles, and I player evaluate. So, but I'm happy that you enjoy the NBA, but you shouldn't be confused to be my favorite thing to my least favorite, because it's terrible. So. Because nobody watches fucking hockey. You know what I mean? Nobody watches it overall. Like, you know, NFL, people watch soccer, like internationally. You know what I mean? And NBA is always going to be more popular than the NHL. NHL and NASCAR are like the redheaded stepsister. You know, that's going to be like the adopted child. You know, it's like you have to really have something special to be able to like hockey, NASCAR, or baseball. You have to have a connection. Very easy to like wrestling, college football, and NFL. And then I guess if you like the NBA, it's basketball. They promote it better than they promote baseball rather than they promote the NBA, compared to these other sports. So. But the only people that watch NASCAR are diehard NASCAR. The people that watch baseball are diehard baseball. The people watch basketball, you might have been a basketball fan back then, but I'm telling you, a lot of the people that loved the basketball game and loved NBA in the 80s and 90s are no longer watching anymore. I'm happy that you're on the East Coast and you have that East Coast vibe, but for people that aren't Boston Celtic fans and people that are in the Midwest, the South, and the West Coast, no one gives a shit. You know, it's just not a good product, man. Well, they have to put the NBA when they're doing NBA on top because no one gives. How many people go out of their way to watch hockey? If you don't have a favorite hockey team or player, are you watching hockey? Fuck no. If you don't have a favorite driver, are you watching NASCAR? Fuck no. But if you're watching NBA, you know, you might not know all the players, but there's going to be some out there. But the problem is you can promote the NBA, but then you have to actually watch the games. And if you watch the games in entirety, there's a lot of like not quality basketball that's being played. That's what I'm saying. The quality of the game, the quality of the announcers, the superstars are nowhere near what the level of effort was in the game now. And they don't even promote the NBA to their ability. But again, even when baseball comes back, basketball will be number 2 because it's the NBA, it's basketball. But that just because you're the second most popular to NFL doesn't mean that you have a good product. You know, just saying. NBA has more star power than the NHL. True, but the NHL doesn't market, NHL players on commercials at all, right? So how do you expect people to get into the NHL when they don't market? They barely even market for baseball. So if they marketed baseball and NHL and NASCAR more, then you would have more. Who's in the fucking commercials? It's NFL players and NBA players. Yeah. But, it is what it is. I mean, like I said, I tried to give it a chance. I tried. It's not like all of a sudden I woke up one day and I was like, I hate the fucking NBA. I've been trying, after, the Iverson Kobe era. But when I look at the skill set and the type of players that are out there, a lot of them are lazy. A lot of them don't try. A lot of them take plays off. And it's just like the product of the game. I mean, unless you're watching Luka, or Wemby or one of these guys, it's one thing, but even Joker isn't must-see TV. LeBron and KD are not must-see TV anymore. Curry is getting old. Klay Thompson's going to be going to a new team, so it's like, yeah, if you're a bandwagon fan or you're a fan of like a really, really good team, yeah, of course you fucking love the NBA. But how many people are bandwagon fans or fans of those teams? A small percentage, of the whole entire NBA landscape. There's not a lot of people going out of their way to watch fucking the Blazers or the Hornets or to watch some of these other teams play. I mean, if you aren't promoted on TV, all the commercials are going to be for NFL players, college football players that are going to be in the NFL, or NBA stars. You don't see no fucking NASCAR drivers unless it's the NASCAR pre-show, sipping the Coca-Cola. You don't see no NHL stars. Fucking people, if people knew that Connor Bedard and Sidney Crosby and Ovechkin should be treated like LeBron and KD and Luka, and they had commercials about those guys, and it made it more mainstream and they paid money, then maybe you would be able to get more fans that would tune in. But since you don't pay money, you're just going to get a bunch of Canadians and then a bunch of people that love hockey already that are going to continue to watch. But if you're trying to expand and get more fans, you have to spend money and be smart about it. You know what I mean? With the NBA is just, leaning on their past history and hoping that they can keep people around. Like, what has the NBA done to make it better than what it was in the 80s and 90s? I mean, everything has gotten worse. The NBA All-Star Game, the NBA All-Star festivities, the way the draft is done, the type of talent, the effort. You know what I mean? If these things are not true, then obviously me watching these games, I would know, But it's just not worth doing. You know what I'm saying? And it's all about promotion, And again, the NBA is going to feed off, the past legends. Jordan, Bird, Magic, Kobe, Iverson, and then sometimes these fans love those guys so much that they're sacrificing their happiness to watch the product that's on TV now. So. Connor McDavid. Yeah, because nobody knows hockey players right now. I mean, hell, even when Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux were doing their thing, I mean, obviously people knew Gretzky because that's like the GOAT, but he didn't even get promoted the way that he should have back then. You know what I mean? There's never been a time, where people were really recognized, on that hockey side ever. You know what I mean? Like, and even if you are the best player, no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit. Oh, Connor McDavid, oh, Nathan McKinnon. Unless you're in the hockey world, you don't give a shit. It's just how it goes. You're either in the NBA or you're not. You're in the NHL, you're not. You love baseball because you have a connection or you're not. That's how it goes. You love wrestling or you fucking hate it. Like, you either got a connection, or you don't. I mean, I wish it was better. I mean, if the NBA was structured like it was in the 80s and 90s, I would. I would consider doing it. You know what I mean? But again, certain fan bases support. NBA fans, they don't donate. NASCAR fans, you have to find the right one. MLB fans, they don't really donate either. And most of the times when baseball fans donate, they're actually football fans. It just so happens that they, follow the Mariners as well, and then they try to support. But there's certain things that you're gonna get support, and certain things that, it's just not worth doing. I mean, I wish it was better, but again, for me, I can't be fake. So I can't put on a fake smile and act like I enjoy the NBA when I don't. You know what I mean? And again, it used to be my favorite thing, but the way that the decline has gone down so much, again, if the players don't care, the fans aren't not going to care. If you're not going to care at the All-Star game and you're not going to put in the effort, why is anyone going to invest in your product, to buy your jerseys, to watch your games, and to waste time? You know what I mean? And so if that is the way the league is going to be, they're going to lose fans. If Kobe Bryant was still alive and he was around, do you think the NBA would be in the state that it is right now? WNBA, women's basketball, would be on a higher level because there's accountability. There's no accountability in the NBA anymore. You know what I mean? So... I don't think there's anything that you can do necessarily to make the NBA better. You can make the All-Star game better by making it rookie-sophomore game, USA versus international. and making sure you're having the best players compete in the 3-point, the dunk contest, whether that be LeBron James or legends, or, you have that. And then when you have the All-Star game, you actually play defense. And then the winning team, whatever way you want to go about it, ends up getting, home court advantage in the finals. And then they get like $10 million to donate to their favorite charity. You got to be able to make some kind of incentive where they actually play defense the whole game, not just the fourth quarter. So there's many, many things that trickle down. And if you're not trying, then why are people going to try to be a fan of the sport? At least on the NHL side, and on the, I can't say football side because we know the Pro Bowl is a joke, but on certain sides, like on baseball, you get effort in every All-Star game. I have never watched an All-Star game where I've seen zero effort. You know what I mean? And that's why the MLB All-Star game is the best. And even though not everyone is a baseball fan, baseball fans are loyal and the sport is good. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, for some people, the games are long. They shortened some of the rules and they made it a little bit easier to watch where you're not watching a 4-hour game. Going in person is fun, to be able to go to a baseball game. But again, it's about, the way the games are played and then the effort that is being shown. So if I'm watching a sport where I'm not getting effort, NFL, college football, baseball, NASCAR, I'm not watching. That's the bottom line. I am not going to watch if the effort isn't there. So if you're not putting effort, why am I invested? So that's kind of how I feel about it. But the thing is like when you watch NBA games, right? It seems like more players check out and they're mentally checked out thinking about what they need to post on IG, where they're going to go, what club they're going to go, what girl they're going to hook up with. It just seems like when I watch all the major sports, I see more people quitting and more people checking out mentally in the NBA than any other professional league. Sometimes you'll get it in the NHL when a team goes up 3-0 and then the team that's losing gives up. You can see it. You can feel it, right? NFL, they're going to go back and forth. College football, sometimes there's going to be blowouts. Baseball, sometimes there's going to be blowouts and there's going to be lack of effort. But for the most part, you're going to get solid effort in all of those sports. But I just feel like on the NBA side, there's a lot more quitting, either mentally or physically, and it shows on screen for me. So Stern, it was, the NBA was better than when Stern was there. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's about, not only the sport itself, but who's at the top, who's the GM, who's the owner, who's the commissioner, who's the coordinators. There's many things that fall into line for something to be good. And I honestly feel, just being 100% honest, I don't think the NBA is ever going to recover. I don't care if you get another Wemby or another type of player, the way that they're, doing the games and the way that the announcers are calling the games and just the overall vibe, unless you are a fan of a superstar or a superstar team, that's the only people that are going to be invested in the NBA. There's not going to be a whole lot of investment for, a random Clipper fan or a random Blazer fan or a random Hornet fan. It's like if the game is on, will they maybe check in a little, but they're not going to sit there and fucking watch all the games from beginning to end, dress up and wear the headband and the jersey, scream at the TV. You're not going to get that type of passion and effort anymore. Overall, it's like you can still get it a little bit with hockey, football, definitely, baseball, yeah, NASCAR, yeah, you know what I mean? But again, sometimes it's the presentation, other than just the actual players that are playing the game too. Yeah, I did see that. Rest in peace, Virgil. So if they were to do that, right? So if they pick Caleb Williams, do they really think Caleb Williams would be the answer and that would be able to solve all their problems they have? Washington is kind of like the Green Bay Packers, but they're the dysfunctional brother. It's like they got athletic receivers, running backs, tight ends. Every once in a while, they'll have some O-line, and they had a really good defensive line before they blew it up. But I feel that they, need to be able to have good stability, and they don't. They're a dysfunctional franchise. And if they have a dysfunctional franchise, you're never going to be able to get the right coach, the right quarterback. Even though you're running back, wide receivers, tight ends, you have all these athletic, skill position players. But if you can't put it together as a team effort, it's never going to come into fruition for anything. Well, I already explained to you why I hate it. I already went through some of the best players, on planet Earth. There's more top 50 players in the NBA of all time that played in the 80s and 90s. So I got spoiled. I got Magic. I got Bird. I got Jordan. I got Drexler. I got Robinson. I got Ewing. I got Olajuwon. I got Mullen. I got Stockton. I mean, do I need to keep going? I can keep going on and on and on. And then, the NBC, the presentation, Marv Albert, everything that they had, it was must-see TV. It was good. It was a good product. You didn't have people bitch and moan. You didn't have people get a hang now and sit out for 4 games. Jordan played with injuries. These people would wear neck braces and they would be out there. The type of game that you're getting with the NBA now is they're more entitled, right? Because they're making more money. And I feel like they don't care about the game as much. They care about what they're wearing, after the game, pre-game. And of course you're going to get that on the NFL side. But I just feel the overall effort of the game is not the same as it was. You don't have the same type of superstars, that you did back then. There's still some today, but there's not as many as there were before. It's not marketed well. Announcers aren't good, right? No defense, and I'm a defensive guy. So why am I going to sit there and watch a guy score 70 when no one is even contesting a guy for a layup? That's not a real 70-point game where you're getting 30 points uncontested where they're not even playing D, So someone gets a 70 this year, I'm not impressed. You show me Kobe getting an 81, that's impressive. When they actually were playing defense or trying to, but again, the game has gotten lazier, and the game has gotten not as enjoyable, and the lack of effort. That's my problem. Lack of defense, lack of effort, presentation. The superstar players are not there. You know what I mean? It's just not the same type of players, the same type of Mamba mentality, of players that are out there. There is no Kobe Bryants or Michael Jordans in this league anymore. Do you understand a little bit more now on what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I've tried to give every sport a fair chance. You know what I mean? Basketball, baseball, football, hockey, NASCAR, whatever, rugby. I'm open to soccer. It's like I'll be open to anything. But again, if I continue to get disappointed over and over, even when I watch Luka or LeBron or KD or Wemby, and I still feel the same way, then I know it's the overall product, of the game. And I just don't like watching games where they don't try. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Yeah, but it's more than just defense. It's the overall presentation and everything else that goes with it. If defense was better, would I be more interested in the game? Yeah, I would be more interested in the game because you would have less blowouts. But then the star power and the players that are playing, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I can go to a game, a Blazer game, I can go and I'll have a great time in person. But to be able to watch it on TV, it's hard to watch. And then also, too, with here in the Blazers, they don't even have it on local TV anymore. They don't even have games that are provided. We've lost the most fans overall in the NBA. We have like a 60% decline because they have shit on Root Sports when it should be on local TV on KGW8. And even that, people wouldn't watch because Dame's not there anymore. You know what I'm saying? But it's like many, many things, depending on if you're on an app or through a provider, and then you're making it hard for people to watch a team that sucks. Then what's going to make someone go out of their way to watch a team that doesn't have Dame that sucks? We're young, and we're going to be up and coming, but the bottom line is we're a bottom 5 team in the NBA, and if you're making it difficult for us to watch games, people are just going to quit, and we're not going to watch. So that's how it goes. I like boxing and MMA. I'm just saying that if you compare all the sports that are out there, NBA by far is the least enjoyable to me. And that's saying something because like with hockey, you would think, well, basketball could be better than hockey if you just don't know. It depends on if you know the players and you know the rules and you know the game. And again, a lot of people that hate on hockey or baseball or NASCAR, they don't know any of the names of any of the players or drivers or any of the nuances of the game. You have to know. The more you know, the more you'll enjoy. And then once you know everything about all of the organizations, then you can start coming to an agreement or an evaluation on, yes, this is worth my time, or no, this is not worth my time, you know? Yeah, but I don't think I'll ever go back. You know, I don't know if they'll ever be able to improve the game to the point where I will be watching on TV all the time and dressing up and screaming at the TV. That time is come and gone. I mean, like I said, if the NBA doesn't care, I don't care. If you're not going to try, you know, I'm not going to try either. You know what I mean? And plus, you don't have enough people for me to get interested in. Like, really, the only must-see TV player that's new is Wemby. And then obviously when Luka's going crazy, but even like, you know, Luka and being a fan, like basketball has gone such downhill that even Luka isn't like a must-see draw. You know, you're not going to be getting fans all over the globe saying, oh my God, I got to go see Luka. I mean, it just, you know, you might have Dallas Mavericks super fans that say that, but if it's just outsiders, like some random guy in Idaho, you know, he ain't going out of his way to fucking go watch Luka and the Mavericks. So, yeah, I'll do March Madness. I don't have a problem with basketball altogether, just the NBA and the way that it's presented and the way the effort is not there. I love March Madness. I love it. I think it's one of the best things all year. Hell, even the women's March Madness was better than the men's last year. I love Caitlin Clark. So, you know, if it's basketball and if it's done the right way, I love it. But the NBA is, you know, even though it may be more popular than NASCAR, baseball, and hockey, as far as presentation, it's the worst, in my opinion. So, you know, and everyone's got a different opinion, you know what I mean? But I love college basketball for March Madness. Now, during the regular season, not so much. You know, I don't really, I'm not going out of my way for college basketball in the regular season. I used to when it was like North Carolina Duke, you know, and then when it meant something, but all these college players, they have no loyalty, just like in college football, one and done. So it's like you can't even build a super roster anymore. Coach K is no longer there. It doesn't have the same kind of vibe that it did in the 80s and 90s with like Michigan and Jalen Rose and Chris Webber or Christian Laettner, you know, but still, when you watch the tourney, you know, it's exciting because it means something. And I feel like with the NBA, you know, a lot of the games, you know, even though they mean something, it's hard for you to buy in that it means something unless it's actually in the playoffs. But with March Madness, everything matters. And that's how it goes. When you are watching something and it matters, you know, you're playing for something, then it's more interesting. You know, when it's just a game, you know, you got to make sure that your presentation, announcers, graphics, you know, all these other things need to line up if you don't have something that's worth playing for to grab attention, especially when you have so many other things that are out there that are on, you know, like most people are going to watch wrestling and watch NBA, but you know, it is what it is. But at least you're keeping the NBA alive, you know, but again, I know I'm not the only one that doesn't like the NBA anymore, you know. I think I have fair reasoning why. But again, if I grew up and I'm young and I'm like Matt's age or Elliot, and I grew up and I'm only 20 to 25, yeah, maybe I don't recognize all these things that I recognize in the 80s and 90s. And maybe the NBA is tolerable, you know, and maybe the NBA, if I'm 20 to 25, maybe the NBA is the same as hockey, baseball, and NASCAR. But the problem is I'm not fucking 20 to 25, I'm 41. So I've been watching shit since 85. So I got spoiled with the best basketball, baseball, football, hockey, wrestling. I grew up in the video game era and the internet era. So I've literally seen everything, you know, compared to someone like Matt and Elliot that has only seen a fraction and has no idea on how good sports and wrestling was in the 80s and 90s to the current state of what it is now. But at least you can watch the Celtics and keep us posted. And, you know, I may end up doing Celtics playoff games, or if the Celtics make the NBA finals, yeah, I might end up doing, you know, a couple games here and there, but I'm not going to commit to, you know, doing a game every stream, you know, 5 a week or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. I guess if I was an actor and I was fake and fugazi and I could fake smile that I like the NBA, like a lot of these other streamers do. But I you know, I always have to keep it 100. If I like it and I love it, I love it. If I don't, you'll know it. I have to keep it 100. So Well, I appreciate all of y'all very, very much. Shout out to Sarah to help us get going with the Dono train. And I know you probably didn't think that it was going to turn into anything, but again, sometimes just starting it off with, something as simple, as $1, and then it ends up leading to another donation from a person that donated last year, like one time. The last time he donated was 2023 in January, right? So when you end up getting something like that, it's baby steps, one to another to another. So it definitely helps when you can end up getting that support, and then you get support with a Chief with Chief, with like a $5. But shout out to Matthew with the $5, after Sarah, to kind of just get things moving, after, the first hour, and then, waiting for other people to come through. Chief with Chief coming through with a $5 and then a 20. That really helps. So that way I can actually survive and live. So we appreciate that very, very much. And, we already know Chief with Chief and Odin's son are the GOATs. And then, right when we end up getting Chief with Chief with a $5 and a 20, and then someone to be able to hopefully help us and save the day, even though at that point, it's not the goal once we hit this number, but it was a hell of a lot better than we've done in the last, few streams. So that definitely helped. And then, getting that momentum and then getting Odin to come in to make sure that we hit the goal, and then it hit us with the 75er. So that definitely really, really helps a lot. So, you can only go so many days in a row with a 0 or a 1 or a 2 or a 5 before it really does start to affect you. So. Odin's son, appreciate you, my guy. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. It's a while since we've done a 4-hour stream, but honestly, this 4-hour stream seemed like 2 hours, and it was a lot more enjoyable than any Mariner or Kraken or NASCAR stream that we've done in a minute. So thank you to all the people that came through. Thank you to all the people on Twitter/X. Thank you to Sarah and Matthew and Chief will Chief and Odin to help us get to the goal and beyond. Shout out to Judah and Matt and Sarah for hanging out with me here at the end. And again, I'll try to do some more freestyle streams with an NFL topic, if that's going to help us get to goal and, to have better vibes. Because again, I have not, tied down to doing all these Kraken games and basketball and NASCAR and Mariners. A lot of times I do it because I feel it gives us the best chance to hit goal. So, but I love you guys. And I appreciate you guys very, very much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Saturday night. And then tomorrow, I'm looking at the slate for tomorrow before I leave. So a lot of the baseball games for spring training are on too early, and we're not even seeing a full complement of a roster, and the Mariners are ass. So I have to wait until the Mariners get to the regular season before we do baseball. NHL tomorrow. We got Coyotes, Capitals, Devils, Kings, Jets, Sabres, Sharks, Wild, Canucks, Ducks, Penguins, and Oilers. So there's not really a whole lot going on. And I'm not sure if I want to do Penguins or Oilers. We can do another NFL stream freestyle, or maybe I'll do NASCAR. But the problem is NASCAR and Vegas is on at 12:30. So maybe we'll do NASCAR, and I'll just see if anybody shows up, and we'll watch NASCAR with me. And then depending on what we get, I'll either end the stream early or we'll go from there. But it'll probably be either an NHL stream or maybe NASCAR. And that's what, or unless we end up taking the day off. But I mean, I would rather talk NFL rather than anything. So we'll figure it out. I'll message you, Sarah, in the morning, and we'll figure out what we're going to end up doing. So either NFL stream tomorrow, NASCAR early at 12:30, or possibly an NHL stream in the evening. And if we end up doing the NHL stream, it'll probably be that Penguins matchup against the Oilers, because that's at 6 p.m. and that's kind of a later time slot. So we'll figure it out. So I love you guys and I appreciate you very, very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang. Love you guys.